direction. A long rain delay to get this one started, but it looks like we are good to go. The rubber game and the series finale, the Cubs and the Diamondbacks. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson with you as the D-backs look to take 2 of 3 before it's off to San Francisco after this one. Let's take a look at the lineup for Torey Lovullo's Diamondbacks. Today it's presented by your Valley Chevy dealers.
New day, new lineup. Gregor Blanco will lead it off out in left field. Adam Rosales back at shortstop this afternoon. A.J. Pollock batting third in center field. Paul Goldschmidt cleaning up at first base. J.D. Martinez out in right field. Brandon Drury at second base. Jake Lamb at third. Jeff Mathis behind the plate for right-hander Zach Greinke.
Well, about 90 minutes later than we planned, Jose Quintana takes the mound for the Cubs. He's your Ram truck starting pitcher. The 28-year-old left-hander. Quintana unique in that he's not only pitched for both Chicago teams, but he's pitched for the same clubs both clubs in the same season, which is very unusual. Traded from the White Sox here to the Cubs in the middle of last month.
See the numbers for Quintana this season. He's been really good since coming over to the National League. 3 games started for the Cubs, 3 quality starts. His record 2-1 as a Cubby. In those 3 starts, 19 innings pitched, only 12 hits, surrendered 5 runs. He's punched out 25 and walked only 5.
The D-backs faced Quintana when he was with the White Sox at Chase Field back in May and roughed him up. He went only 4 1/3. A look at the Cubs defensively. That's presented by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Hit it to left. Kyle Schwarber will be in left field this afternoon. John Jay, the veteran, out in center field. Jason Hayward over in right field. It'll be Chris Bryant and Javier Baez on the left side of the infield. Ian Happ and Anthony Rizzo on the right side, with Wilson Contreras doing the catcher for left-hander Jose Quintana.
Pat Hoberg is the plate umpire here this afternoon. He'll have the balls and strikes. Tony Randazzo is at first base. The crew chief Jerry Davis, the second base umpire today, and Rob Drake is at third. So we're finally set to go. And BB, before we get to our first pitch, it's time as always for your Valley Honda dealers. Key to the game.
Well, Diamondbacks faced Quintana back on May 24th. We've been there and done that. As you mentioned, they roughed him up. 8 hits in 4 1/3, 8 earned runs. He did strike out 7 batters in that ball game, but they should have a pretty good idea of what the left-hander is going to try to do against him.
D-backs 15 games over 500, 1/2 game ahead of the Rockies for the first National League wild card spot. Colorado, their game's already underway. They're hosting the Mets at Coors Field. The Brewers are in the wild card picture as well. Milwaukee is home today against St. Louis at Miller Park. That's Michael Wacha versus Matt Garza. Under threatening skies, we are set to go. Diamondbacks and the Cubs. The wind may change batter to batter and pitch to pitch. It has been swirling along with the weather all day long. So here we go. Gregor Blanco leads it off, and finally we are underway. Blanco 259 and 3 home runs. 2:51 first pitch local time. We were scheduled to start at 1:20. And Blanco knocks that by Rizzo at first and into the right field corner. He'll stop there, a leadoff single.
Well, good start. Torey Lovullo said he likes Gregor Blanco in that leadoff spot because of his energy, his enthusiasm. And as we mentioned last night, with the return of A.J. Pollock and the addition of J.D. Martinez, his playing time has been severely curtailed, but taking full advantage here in his first at-bat today.
Yeah, Blanco's had only 30 at-bats over the last month since A.J. came back. Second Diamondback game for Adam Rosales, acquired this week from the Oakland A's, playing shortstop and batting second today. Adam had a couple of hits in his D-backs debut here Tuesday night. He singled, doubled, and drove in 2 runs. A Chicago native from Park Ridge, Illinois, only about 10-12 miles from here. Big Cubs fan growing up. He's staying with mom and dad during this series. So this is a big thrill for him.
A little lean the wrong way that time by Blanco on that pickoff attempt.
Dave McKay coaching at first. Quintana, a very easy, smooth delivery. Rosales knocks that into left center. Schwarber over to cut it off in front of the warning track. Blanco is in at third. Good start for the Diamondbacks here against Jose Quintana.
First two hitters wasting no time. Only 5 pitches into the ball game. Diamondbacks have runners at first and third for the middle of the order.
A.J. Pollock batting in the 3-hole today. 298.5 homers for A.J. 2 hits in this series. He singled, doubled, and scored twice Tuesday nights. Blanco's at third, Rosales at first, and nobody out.
And we should point out once again, if you haven't seen Wilson Contreras behind the plate, don't be surprised if he tries to pick every runner off base today. Strong throwing arm, very quick feet back there behind the plate. However, his overzealous attempts have resulted in 13 errors this season.
Quintana come with a first pitch curveball that time. He'll mix that pitch in there quite a bit. A.J. jammed that time, popped it up behind second base, and it's Baez the shortstop for the first out. Quintana earns his living by spotting that fastball, mixing up locations. A lot of first pitch strikes. Mix in some curveballs and a changeup from time to time. The changeup almost acts like a cut fastball. It's almost lateral in its movement as opposed to up and down. Goldie 316, 22 home runs. 0 for 3, struck out twice last night. Contreras wants it up right at the belt for strike one. Goldie had a couple of singles Tuesday in the ball game. Already with 7 hits on the road trip.
Here comes a Quintana changeup to Paul Goldschmidt.
Just snuck it in the back door, started it off the plate, and it sneaked back in there. 0-2. That does look like a cutter.
I'm sure a lot of it has to do with finger pressure. Guys that really have a good feel for that pitch, they put a little more pressure on one finger or the other to get the ball to move one direction or the other.
There's the Quintana curveball, and it stays 0-2. Paul Goldschmidt has not dominated left-hand pitching this year like he has in recent seasons. He's just under 290 versus lefties, and only 3 home runs against left-handers. Last year Goldie was better than 350 versus lefties, so there's been a big drop-off here. His platoon splits have in a sense reversed themselves from a year ago.
Oh, we need to change that starting right now.
Be a good time for it, sure. Blanco is at third, Adam Rosales at first. 1 out, the 0-2 to Paul Goldschmidt. And inside with a fastball but missed. It's 1-2. Pat Hoberg wouldn't bite back there. Goldie's so good when he gets behind in the count and hanging in there, very patient. Oftentimes works it back even like he has here, or even Pulls what we like to call a Goldie, taking the count from 0-2 to 3-2. JD Martinez behind him. He's pulled a Goldie. From 0-2 to 3-2. 2 on and 1 out. It's been dark like this all afternoon. The lights are on here. Full count, 3-2. Really dark off to our left behind the left field corner. Heavy rain over there. You can see what it looks like. We're hoping it kind of goes around us. That's what you're predicting.
Hoping, yeah. I'm hoping for a split in the storms. Go north and south of us. Yeah, really affected the attendance here today.
Yeah, nobody came out.
Full house once again at Wrigley.
Only hits it in the air. Left field.
Baby.
That ball is way out of here. Paul Goldschmidt, a 3-run homer. That's number 23, and it's 3-0 Diamondbacks. Wow, look where that one landed.
Man.
Just his second ever home run at Wrigley Field.
When the winds are out of the south here at Wrigley, that's when the ball really jumps, and Goldie got every bit of that one, hit it high in the air to left field. I'm not even sure John Jay moved in center field. Kyle Schwarber just moved over a little bit in the gap so he could get a better look at where this one landed. Just missed the scoreboard out there in the back of the bleachers.
Goldie's 23rd, 3-0. Here's JD Martinez swinging a miss to the fastball there. You better believe that's a jumbo jack. A free jumbo jack tomorrow at Jack in the Box with a purchase of a large drink. That's how you put a big crooked number up there early against a pretty good pitcher. Taking advantage, building innings, finally getting the timely hit.
Crooked number in the first. You gotta love that.
JD can't check and strikes out. 2 down.
That elevated fastball. Usually he'll throw a 2-seamer down in the zone, try to get ground balls with a little bit of sinking action, but every now and then he'll go across the seams, throw that 4-seamer up in the zone. That time JD just couldn't check.
2 outs, base is empty for Brandon Drury. The start at second base today. Another first pitch curveball from Quintana. Brandon 0 for 5 in the series, 274 on the year with 8 home runs. Doubled up and dropped it in for a strike. It's 1-1.
How about this one, partner? For Paul Goldschmidt, that's an MLB best 16 RBIs after he was behind in the count 0-2.
That's why we call it pulling a Goldie. Down 0-2, worked it full, fouled off a pitch and hit a long 3-run homer. Drury bidding for one, and that's going to get out of here. Way back. Holy Toledo. Brandon Drury, that's number 9, and it's 4-0. They don't want the souvenir here. Oh my goodness, what a start for the D-backs. It took 90 minutes or so, but it was worth the wait.
Yes, it was. Obviously, the Diamondbacks spent their time in the batting cage getting ready for this first inning.
Boy, that should really get Brandon Drury kick-started.
Oh, man, he caught that one right on the button. That one actually hit the scoreboard out there in left field, ricocheted back over the bleachers and onto the field.
Just Brandon's second hit on the road trip. Here's Jake Lamb, who homered off Quintana back in Mega Chase Field. He was pitching for the White Sox. Jumbo jack Free Jumbo Jack tomorrow with the purchase of a large drink at Jack in the Box. How about 444 feet for Brandon Drury in a home run? Goldie hit his a paltry 412.
Yeah. Both 105 miles an hour off the bat. Solid contact.
0-2 to Lamb. Jake batting 7th against the lefty here today. 266, 23 homers. He was all the offense last night. A pair of doubles. He knocked in all 3 runs. Lays off that curveball, and it's 2-2. Zach Greinke handed a 4-0 lead here. Jake Lamb sends one in the air, but this is hooking foul. This was Jake Lamb against Jose Quintana back in May.
Took a fastball in the inner third of the plate and barreled it up to the opposite field. A line drive home run into the first row out there.
And he looks at a fastball for strike 3. 2 Diamondback homers. Deep to left field. Goldie a 3-run shot. Brandon Drury a solo homer. It's 4-0 Diamondbacks. Moving in overhead above your Ram truck starter for the Diamondbacks, it's Zach Greinke. 13-4. Clayton Kershaw, the only pitcher in baseball who's won more games. Only 4 starters in the majors have a better ERA. Zach has lost only 1 time since the end of May.
Seems like we say this every Zach Greinke start. Coming off an outstanding performance against the St. Louis Cardinals. 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 run in that ball game. Punched out 9 Cardinal hitters. Spotted to a 4-run lead here early.
Valley Chevy Dealers has the Cubs starting lineup.
John Jay will lead it off in center field. Chris Bryant at third base. Anthony Rizzo over at first. Wilson Contreras behind the plate. Kyle Schwarber will be out in left field. Ian Happ at second base. Jason Hayward in right field. Javier Baez at shortstop today, and the lefty Jose Quintana on the mound.
Here is John Jay, the center fielder. The wind is swirling here, blowing in all kinds of different directions all the time. Jay was 0 for 3 last night. He's in there at 301 with 2 home runs. Goldie has it at first. Greinke gets over there, 1 away. Let's take a look at the Diamondbacks defensively. That's brought to you by Nationwide Vision Center.
Left to right, it'll be Gregor Blanco, A.J. Pollock, and J.D. Martinez manning the outfield. Jake Lamb and Adam Rosales on the left side of the infield, with the 2 home run hitters, Brandon Drury and Paul Goldschmidt on the right side. Jeff Mathis with a 9-game hitting streak will be behind the plate today as usual for right-hander Zach Greinke.
Well, it's almost 3:10 in the afternoon local time, but this looks like a night game here. It is dark. Chris Bryant. Bryant 0 for 4 last night. Singled Tuesday in the opener, his only hit in the series. Greinke ahead quickly 0-2.
The Cubs have loaded up with some lefties in the lineup today. 5 of the 8 position players Zach will face from the Cubs will hit from the left side of the plate, which really doesn't bother him. He's got something for lefties and righties. The lefties have actually hit for a lower average.
This is Zach Greinke's first start in August. He went 7-1 in June and July. That's a stretch of 10 starts over the previous 2 months, during which his ERA was 2.39. And some big-time lightning flashes behind the left field scoreboard. Swing and a miss. Bryan strikes out.
Yeah, this is one of those days we talked about it before the first game of the series. You constantly have to check the conditions because the wind might turn around from one pitch to the next. It might blow harder and then not blow at all. Right now it is absolutely gusting out to right field. Those flags in center are just starched. You can read the name on every team banner out there.
Yeah, and that's bringing all those dark clouds, rain, lightning that was off to our left in toward us now. Shift is on for Anthony Rizzo. Mathis wants a word with Greinke. Rosales, the shortstop, back there behind the bag at second on the outfield grass. Drury playing second base. He's back there as well. Rizzo has 3 hits in the series all Tuesday night. Couple of home runs. He was 0 for 3 with a walk in last night's ball game. That was a remarkable pitching performance by all the Diamondbacks last night. Rizzo drew a 2-out walk in the 3rd inning, and he was the final Cub base runner of the ball game as Godley, Chafin, Bradley, and Rodney retired the final 19 Chicago hitters.
We're talking to some people close to the Cubs today. They were highly impressed with Zach Godley last night.
Rizzo sends one deep the other way. Blanco on the track. That got up into that wind, which was blowing out in the opposite direction. A shutdown inning for Greinke. D-backs lead it 4-0. There are high-rise buildings back there. You just can't see them. A lot of weather over there. Stormy clouds above Jose Quintana, the Cubs starter, who gave up 4 runs in the first inning after the Diamondbacks roughed him up in May when he pitched to Chase Field for the White Sox. Last 2 1/3 against the Diamondbacks, he's given up 12 runs.
Yeah, it feels this dark and cloudy every time Quintana faces the Diamondbacks, at least in his eyes.
Jeff Mathis swinging a hot bat right now, leads off the second. Mathis 222 and 2 home runs. But he's hit safely in 9 straight games and 15 of his last 17. Right back to the mound.
Quintana's had 2 starts here at Wrigley Field since joining the Cubs. He's allowed 4 homers in 7 innings pitched. Occasionally the wind's blowing out, and you can understand why pitchers give up a lot of home runs, but I think Goldie's and Brandon Drury's would have gone out of here regardless.
And the funny thing was, Rizzo hit his opposite field shot right into the teeth of that wind that's blowing in hard from the left field corner. And that may have kept it in the yard.
Yeah, Goldie and Brandon Drury both hit theirs when the wind was blowing slightly straight out in the top of the first inning.
There is Zach Greinke. He looks at strike one.
Lightning crashes, and that's going to send a lot of the fans scurrying for cover.
Yeah, there's some nasty weather just to our left, and it's blowing right toward us.
And one thing we know here at Wrigley, it does not take long to fill up the concourse. Not a lot of room out there. Beautiful ballpark, but very cramped just about everywhere you look.
You can see it started raining again pretty heavily out there. Wind is really gusting in from the left field corner. Fastball missed in, and it's 2-2.
Now this is when the people that have the seats in the upper reserve section or the upper parts of the upper deck, yeah, they're fine. They're covered up by the roof or the overhang of the upper deck. Yeah, those fans are just fine.
Tap to second. Ian Happ, the rookie, is there. Well, in between innings, the grounds crew guys came out with little iPads to show the umpires the weather. So maybe they're convinced we can play through this little bit of a mess here after a 90-minute or so delay to start. But it's coming down pretty good right now. Now it's just a downpour, and that's going to create a stoppage in play. Really nasty weather is moving in from behind left field, and they're going to have to get the tarp back on.
Well, for what it's worth, I think this is going to pass relatively quickly, and we should be able to be playing baseball shortly.
All right, did we record that? Let's hope you're right. You know, you have sat through many rain delays here in this ballpark.
Well, there's really no way to predict, you know. But you know, looking at the weather radar, I think we're going to be all right. We've got some clear skies behind some of these pop-up storms.
It is really messy right now. Well, we'll take a break. We'll go to some tape programming, and hopefully Bob is right. He usually is about these things. It's a 4-0 Diamondback lead. Another rain delay here at Wrigley Field. Hang in with us here on Fox Sports Arizona. A few minutes away from resuming this game with 2 outs in the top of the second inning. The Diamondbacks, after first inning home runs by Paul Goldschmidt and Brandon Drury, have a 4-0 lead. We have some rain delay antics to show you. It started when the skies opened up. Watch the guy in the middle of the tarp. The grounds crew member got stuck and he's going for a tarp ride.
Tarp surfing.
It's a dangerous business. Now, he finally had to crawl his way back. They took the bullpens off the side of the field here this year, put them underneath the stands, one on each side of the field, so the two bullpens can see each other only through the TV monitor. So oftentimes, the two bullpens during these delays will put on shows for the other relief corps and the other bullpen, and watch this work in performance art between the Diamondbacks and the Cubs. Archie Bradley does his thing, then they answer with horses. Diamondbacks go, okay, we see that. TJ McFarland puts on his uniform upside down and backwards. And then this, the bobsled.
This is beautiful.
4-man bobsled going down the, here they go. Whee! And then the big finish. That's awesome.
Oh, man.
So now what do the Cubs do for an encore? They have to come up with something here. Going to be hard to top the bobsled bit. So you might like this, BB.
I do like this, yeah. Carl Edwards Jr.
Watch the left of the screen. Here comes the fish.
He'll get a little bump there. Oh,
he's got a bite.
Set the hook. There you go.
Oh, that's a big one. And then bowling as they bowl Ruby De La Rosa for the 7-10 split. Chafin.
Go down.
Got it. Jake Barrett picks up the split. Now it's the Cubs' turn to respond. Oh, they got nothing.
I got nothing.
We win.
Boy, the bar has been set very high for bullpen antics this year, because you know this is not going to be the last rain delay at Wrigley Field.
I don't see anybody topping the Diamondbacks bobsled.
That was very creative.
Well, we had a 90-minute rain delay to start the ball game. Then the skies opened up with Gregor Blanco batting, 2 outs in the top of the second. Jose Quintana back out there for the Cubs. And we are just about set to go. Diamondbacks with a 4-0 lead. 2 long home runs in the first. A 3-run homer by Goldie, his 23rd of the year. And Brandon Drury, a solo shot off the scoreboard in left, his 9th.
The grounds crew still putting some finishing touches on the infield. A couple of wet spots there underneath the tarp and throwing some of that drying agent down, raking it around. Quintana continues to warm up on the game mound.
D-backs got off to a terrific start against Jose Quintana. Blanco a leadoff single. Rosales a leadoff single. They had first and third, nobody out. A.J. Pollock popped up, and then Goldie hit a tremendous home run. 412 feet. The 3-run homer is 23rd. 2 batters later, Brandon Drury hit one 444 off the scoreboard and left. So the Diamondbacks with a 4-0 lead, and Zach Greinke on the mound. Happy that was a brief rain delay. That really could have thrown a fly into the ointment.
Oh, it certainly could have. You hate to lose a Zach Greinke start. And it'd be interesting to see the timing of this delay, how it affects Zach when he goes back out to take them out, how it affects Quintana for that matter.
Quintana will try and hit the reset button. Diamondbacks have really roughed him up after beating him back in May at Chase Field when he pitched for the White Sox, and a rough start to this one. So Blanco is the hitter, base is empty. 2 outs in the top of the second inning. It's already 4-0 Diamondbacks. So our first delay, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Our second rain delay, 36 minutes. And it's 1-1 on Gregor Blanco, who singled and scored to lead off the ball game. Based on what I saw on the old iPad over there, your computerized systems, we should be okay.
We should be good.
Really dark and dangerous there for a while, but now it's absolutely clear and only partly cloudy. You see some blue sky off in the distance, so that's a good sign. And the wind has completely died down.
Yeah.
Two on Blanco.
Probably a little bit muddy over at Lollapalooza in Grant Park. That huge music festival takes place over at Grant Park, and they have dirt softball fields and hundreds of thousands of people slopping through the mud over there as we speak.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Not so much. We'll count on Blanco 3-2. Jose Quintana, 28-year-old left-hander. In his first 2 starts with the Cubs, he beat the Orioles and the Cardinals. Pitched well but lost in his previous start last Friday in Milwaukee. Quintana's Cubs debut after the trade from across town, came over from the White Sox, was a smashing success. 7 scoreless innings at Baltimore. He had 12 strikeouts in that game. Last Friday at Milwaukee, just 2 runs, 4 hits in 6, but got the loss. Brewers won it 2-1 at Miller Park. Blanco sends this out to left. Kyle Schwarber drifting near the line, and he runs it down in foul ground. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Zach Greinke has a 4-0 lead. More than 2 hours worth of rain delays, but we're under sunny skies finally at Wrigley Field with the Diamondbacks lead the Cubs 4-0. D-backs fans, if you're not able to watch the games on your television, you can stream them live on your mobile device. Use Fox Sports Go. It's presented by your Valley Honda dealers. You can download the free app and take Fox Sports Arizona and the Diamondbacks with you wherever you go. So it's been around about 40 minutes since Zach Greinke last threw a pitch. We'll see how big a factor that is. Greinke coming off a 1-2-3 first. And he'll face the Cubs catcher Wilson Contreras to open up the bottom of the second.
Well, if it feels a little more comfortable here at Wrigley Field, that's because it is. The temperature's dropped nearly 10 degrees since the first pitch as that storm blew through here.
It's very comfortable right now. Not much wind to speak of. Contreras belts one. That didn't take long. It's 4-1. His 17th of the year. I guess that answers the question, how would Zach Greinke respond after the long delay?
Oh, belt high, middle of the plate. Contreras knew it. Little bat flip here. Moved his arm as he went around first base.
Well, coming off the game last night, Diamondbacks pitchers had retired 22 consecutive Cub hitters. But Contreras homers to lead off the second. Here's Kyle Schwarber. Wilson Contreras his 17th. Schwarber's already hit 17. That's a career high. Batting 190 on the year. 18th home run given up this season by Zach Greinke. This is his 22nd start. And he's ahead of Schwarber 0-2. Schwarber batting 190. A pair of hits in the series, both singles. Foul tip. Mathis hangs on. Second strikeout for Greinke. One down.
Three breaking balls to Schwarber that time. The first pitch curve, a couple of sliders, finishes him up quickly.
Here's the switch hitting rookie second baseman. It's Ian Happ. He homered in the series opener Tuesday, his 14th of the year. Didn't play last night. Backdoor curveball there. It's 0-1.
Well, that's the harder curveball in the low to mid 70s. We know Zach has that one in his back pocket. He rolls up there at 62 or 63 miles per hour when he really wants to change speeds.
Follows that up with a fastball right there, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Happ's home run here Tuesday came as a right-hand batter against Patrick Corbin, but most of his power comes from the left-hand side. Jason Hayward on deck.
I mentioned in game 1 of this series that Happ appears to be a guy that they're grooming to take over and be the Ben Zobrist of the future. Plays outfield, plays some infield, switch hitter. Not great defensively at any position, but can certainly fill in for a day or two no matter where you put him on the field.
Yeah, Happ is the Cubs' 3rd different starting second baseman in 3 games in this series. It was Baez Tuesday, Zobrist last night, and Happ gets the start today. Baez at shortstop. Addison Russell has the day off. Zach Greinke goes to that hard changeup, gets his 3rd strikeout.
Odd kind of way. That might have been a rude but an effective wake-up call for Zach Greinke. If he wasn't sure if the game had resumed, Wilson Contreras let him know that indeed it had, and he has just carved up the next 2 hitters after the Contreras home run.
You know, Bob, it reminds me a little bit of the start at St. Louis Saturday when Zach was so good he gave up base hits to the first 3 Cardinals batters in that game and then set down the next 12 in a row. Wound up giving up only 4 hits in 7 innings, but it was 3 hits right away, and it looked like Zach might be in for a long or short day. But boy, whatever switch needed to be flipped, he did it. Hayward sends one deep left center. Pollock calling off Blanco out there. And AJ's got it, but Contreras gets the Cubs on the board. It's 4-1 Diamondbacks.
in this game, and a native of Park Ridge, Illinois, not far from here at Wrigley. Grew up a Cubs fan. In fact, yesterday before the game, Adam was reminiscing about his very first game here at Wrigley. He said he was maybe 4 or 5 years old. He was way up, way up, but above the third base area, and just thinking about that moment. And he told me that it's very special for him to be playing shortstop here at this field. He grew up idolizing Sean Dunston. In fact, he has a Dunston Cubs jersey in his locker right now. Of course, we're headed to San Francisco. He's hoping to get it signed, as Dunston is a special assistant with the Giants. So some childhood memories certainly flooding back for him here as he joins his new team, the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, Jody, he just came, of course, from the Oakland A's in the Bay Area. Now he's going right back. If this game ever ends, I think we're done with the rain. We are on a flight to San Francisco right after for a 3-game set that starts against the Giants tomorrow as they lay down some more drying agent around home plate here. 90-minute rain delay to get this thing started, then a 36-minute delay in the top of the second inning. But it looks like all the bad weather has moved on through back out over the lake, and we should be good to go. Adam Rosales has already made his presence felt in this game. A single in his first at bat, and then he scored on Goldie's 3-run homer. Acquired by the Diamondbacks from the A's in a trade for minor league pitcher Jefferson Mejia. Now, you'll recall a couple of years ago the Diamondbacks traded Miguel Montero here to the Cubs. They got 2 pitchers in return for Montero. One was Zach Godley, who pitched lights out baseball here last night. The other was Mejia, who was just traded for Adam Rosales. So that trade has really worked out well for the Diamondbacks. For the Cubs, not so much. They had to pick up the $40 million left on Miggy's contract as well. Now he's in Toronto. So here's Rosales, top of the 3rd.
I think Miggy's comments about the pitchers not holding runners on was just the last straw. You may recall after the World Series last year, he wasn't happy with the way he was used in the World Series. And boy, when you have a 1-1 for 108 years, it doesn't help to point out the negative. At least the personal negatives, and the Cubs, I'm sure, filed that away for future reference. And then when he popped off about the pitchers not holding runners, that was the last straw.
Yeah, he was particularly talking about Jake Arrieta, who had a rough day with runners running wild around the bases. Miggy was behind the plate, and after the game said, "Hey, it's not all my fault." But when you're counting 108 diamonds on your World Series ring, nobody wants to hear it.
No.
So he was dispatched, and he's now catching in Toronto. What a change behind the plate for the Cubs. They had Ross last year, who was on Dancing with the Stars and doing network baseball games, and they had Miggy and Wilson Contreras, but now Ross is retired and Miggy's in Toronto, so Contreras is the catcher. And they, at the deadline on Monday, picked up Alex Avila from the Tigers.
Yeah, Victor Caratini was the backup catcher to Wilson Contreras, and I'm sure the Cubs were very concerned that if anything happened to Contreras, are we going to go down the stretch run with a rookie catcher? So they went out and got Avila, and I think their catching situation's in pretty good hands now.
2-2 on Rosales. Contreras' homer in the bottom of the second inning, the only Cub run so far, is 17th of the year. Long look down to Tony Perez-Cheek at third base. They really like Adam Rosales against left-hand pitching. That's one of the reasons he was acquired from Oakland. Diamondbacks have been susceptible at times this year to good lefties. Rosales has hit lefties well in his career. Tony Randazzo rings him up on 3-2, and that's the 3rd strikeout for Jose Quintana.
Yep, you got it right.
Well, he's a highly paid professional umpire, as I believe. It was you who said that last night.
Sarcastic.
Oh.
You know, I always look at those with biased eyes. Plays at first base, tag plays, check swings. Our guy never does anything.
A.J. Pollock popped out in his first at bat today. Well, Quintana, since the Drury home run, has retired 5 in a row. And that includes a 36-minute rain delay in between there. Cubs pitching has been outstanding to begin the second half of the year. Chicago starters in 18 games since the All-Star break have gone 11-2. 2.61 ERA over that span. Here's the Quintana curveball. 2-0 pitch. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Mentioned Alex Avila. He caught Quintana a lot last year when Avila spent 1 year with the White Sox. He said Quintana is one of the easiest pitchers he's ever caught. Very smooth delivery, as we mentioned, spots the fastball very well. And Avila said that this guy commands his pitches as well as anyone he's ever seen. He's the kind of guy that you can catch, he said, with your eyes closed. He's just so precise.
Catching with tweezers. That was the old saying for a guy that hit his spot consistently with all of his pitches.
Diamondbacks, like they did with Lester. And we started this series Tuesday night driving up the pitch count. Lester was over 50 pitches early. Quintana now 50 pitches. And he's only got 7 outs so far. Roller to shortstop for Baez. Our Cox high-speed highlight. Paul Goldschmidt came up in the first inning, 2 on 1 out, and did this.
Waited on an off-speed pitch. Our Cox high-speed highlights a blast to left center field. Just missed the scoreboard out there.
His 23rd of the year, a 3-run homer. Brandon Drury followed 2 batters later with a solo shot. All the runs of the game so far coming on home runs. Wilson Contreras a solo homer to lead off the bottom of the second. It was only Goldie's 4th home run this year against a left-hand pitcher. And it's just his 2nd ever home run here at Wrigley Field. Fastball missed in. It's 3-1. JD Martinez on deck. Quintana so far has struck out 3. He's not walked a batter. Second time he's gone full 3-2 to Goldie.
As they continue renovations here at Wrigley Field, I think they might want to consider extending that protective netting down past the end of the dugouts. Fans are as close to the field here as any ballpark in baseball.
Ball strike 3. Goldie knew it. That's 7 straight retired by Quintana. The Diamondbacks lead the Cubs 4-1.
4-1. All the runs in this game have scored via the homer. A Paul Goldschmidt 3-run blast in the first, followed by a Brandon Dury solo shot. And Wilson Contreras with a solo home run for the Cubs. And believe it or not, we're going places.
We hope so.
If the rain stops, headed to San Francisco for a 3-game set over the weekend. Giants really struggling this year. D-backs lead that season series 4-3.
Still no starter announced for the game tomorrow night. It's anticipated it might be Anthony Bond, the rookie left-hander, but we'll find out after the game, Torey Lovello says. Javier Baez leads off the home half of the third. Shortstop today. 262 already. He's tied his career high with those 14 homers set last year. Baez didn't play last night. His only hit in Tuesday's game was a 3-run homer in the 6th inning. That came off the lefty T.J. McFarland.
That Greinke's wondering the same thing.
Pat Hoberg says ball 2.
Greinke, as usual, just hammering away at that strike zone. A lot of first pitch strikes, 3-0, 2 counts already in the game. Got 3 strikeouts in the game, 1 on a fastball, 1 on a slider, 1 on a changeup.
2-2 to Baez. Reaches down and rolls it to shortstop. Rosales is there. 4 in a row retired by Greinke. That'll bring up the pitcher, Jose Quintana. Quintana bats right-handed. He is actually a natural right-hand thrower as well. He began pitching lefty when he started playing baseball as a kid in his hometown in Columbia, because the only glove that was available was a right-handed glove, so he threw lefty.
We saw him in here for game 1 of the series. Carlos Zambrano doing Spanish TV for the Cubbies. Big Z would pitch right-handed, and the 4 days between starts, he'd shag balls and throw them back in left-hand. And looked very natural doing it.
Just for entertainment purposes?
I don't know. There may have been a similar story to Quintana, what gloves were available, and Zambrano's. I mean, if you just watched him play catch on the sideline, you couldn't tell whether he was a right-hander or a left-hander.
Fastball, swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Zach Greinke unbeaten in his last 6 starts, 5-0, with a 2.08 ERA in those 6 starts. And he rings up Quintana for his 4th strikeout.
Hey fans, the day after every D-backs win, get 50% off all pizzas at regular menu price using promo code D-backs50 at papajohns.com.
Second time through the order now for Greinke against the Cubs. The leadoff man is John Jay today. That was a nice shot of the new pavilion area they've opened up. That used to be a vacant lot out there. Now it's a park with grass and a stage and big TV monitors. You can sit out there on the grass and watch the game.
Most recently was a vacant lot. There used to be a donut shop out there.
That sounds like the voice of experience.
How did you guess?
Jay grounded out his first time up. All part of the big renovations here at Wrigleyville. Cubs built all new offices just across the street. On the other side, they've got new condos and apartments going in, some retail space. you see, that's behind the seating area inside the ballpark. Big TV screen out there on that grass pavilion. You can just sit on the grass and watch the game. And he sends one toward the left field corner, and that drops in for a fair ball. Blanco has it out there, and John Jay has his 11th double.
Good approach by the veteran John Jay. Saw a pitch out over the plate away from him, just stayed right on it, shot it down into that left field corner.
Just the second hit for the Cubs against Zach Greinke. Jay hit second with 2 outs for Chris Bryant, who struck out his first time up. Bryant only has 1 hit in the series. He singled Tuesday night.
Of extra base hits in game 1 of this series. The Cubs had 3 singles in the ball game last night, but once again today 2 hits in the game. Both have gone for extra bases.
Contreras is homer to lead off the second. Now Jay's 2-out double in the third. Behind first, Drury drifting out there calling for it. And Greinke strands Jay at second base. We'll head to the 4th inning. Diamondbacks lead the Cubs 4-1. One sent for the top of the 4th inning. D-backs and Cubs will play again next weekend at Chase Field. Get your tickets now, fans. See this big matchup August 11th, 12th, and 13th. One series you don't want to miss. First 20,000 fans with us next Saturday, August 12th. We'll get the Arizona flag cap. That's courtesy of Gila River Casinos. Get your Cubs and Diamondbacks tickets now. Coming up at Chase Field, dbacks.com. Jose Quintana, after a bumpy ride in the first inning, Diamondbacks put a 4 spot up there. Quintana has settled down. He's retired 7 straight as J.D. Martinez leads off the 4th. He struck out his first time up.
And the breeze has picked up a little bit again, blowing straight out to left field. Good timing for J.D. Martinez. Get one up in the air.
This is exactly the type of circumstance that made J.D. Martinez an attractive trade target for the Diamondbacks, up there against a good left-hand pitcher. A guy that can plug in behind Goldie in the lineup, try and offset some of the troubles the Diamondbacks have had against lefties this year. Martinez this season is hitting over .420 against left-hand pitching. 1-2. These guys are certainly well familiar with one another. Both played in the American League Central up until a few weeks ago. Quintana across town with the White Sox. Martinez with the Detroit Tigers.
When you think about it, this is probably the most comfortable at bat J.D. Martinez has had since coming over to the Diamondbacks. Just about everybody else he's faced, it was for the first time. Some of the numbers against Quintana in his career: 9 hits, 9 strikeouts to .321 average.
Check his swing there. Fastball missed inside. It's a full count, 3-2. Brandon Drury, who homered his first time up today, is on deck. Jake Lamb after that. Leadoff walk for J.D. Martinez. Walk of the ball game issued by Quintana.
And that walk came after the 5th full count that Quintana has had in this game already.
Brandon Drury hit one over 440 feet off the left field scoreboard. His first time up, his 9th home run of the year. A little something like this.
Well, we haven't heard Drew make that kind of contact for a while. I mean, that was right on the barrel. Went 444 feet off that scoreboard in left field.
Brandon getting the start at second base today. He started only twice on the road trip so far. 2 for 9 to this point. Play ball for Happ. Baez for 1. And Drury beats it out. A little too slowly for the rookie second baseman to turn 2.
An odd attempt at a turn there by Baez as well, coming in from his shortstop position. He gets to the bag and then goes back to the inside of the infield, takes a couple of extra steps, and that gave Brandon Drury enough time to beat the relay throw. Once again, he's trying to be too cool.
Baez has played a fair amount of shortstop the last couple of years. Getting the start there today. Day off for Addison Russell. So it's Drury at first. 1 out for Jake Lamb, who struck out looking his first time up. Take a look and see where that got him exactly.
Fastball running up and into Jake Lamb as he strides in a little bit on the plate. Just a grazing shot off that right forearm. Easy for me to say. I'm sitting way up here. Didn't hurt at all.
Jake appears to be okay. 70 pitches now for Quintana. 2 on, 1 out for Jeff Mathis. Mathis grounded out his first time up. He's got a 9-game hitting streak going. Mathis, a .220 hitter for the year. But in his last 17 games, all starts, he's batted .345. Now we got some bright sunshine out there on the field. Lights are still on here. And the wind has picked up. A little bit of everything here today, weather-wise. Missed with a fastball, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Greinke, the pitcher, on deck. On that curveball, 5 strikeouts for Quintana.
Quintana will occasionally change speeds on that curveball, make it a little bigger and rounder, more of an off-speed pitch. Other times he'll throw it very hard, take some of the break off of it. Tom Mathis out in front and over the top of that one.
Zach Greinke grounded out in his first at bat. That was the last hitter before the second rain delay, which was 36-minute long in the top of the second inning. Brandon Drury's at second, Jake Lamb at first, 2 on and 2 outs. I like to see Zach take those big hard cuts. That's how he injured an oblique last year. He missed 6 weeks in the middle of the season.
It's hard to temper that competitive spirit, though. Zach Greinke understands there's a runner out there in scoring position with 2 outs in the inning. He's got a chance to tack onto that lead with a base hit.
Diamondbacks have not had a base hit since Drury's solo homer in the first. One and 2.
We saw Zach do this an awful lot in St. Louis in his last start. Take off his hat on the mound, take off his helmet at the plate, wipe the sweat off his brow. Even though the temperatures have cooled considerably, still very, very humid here at the ballpark.
Fastball misses up, and it's 2 and 2 on Greinke. Quintana about to throw pitch number 80. Greinke shoots that out to Hayward. And Quintana able to strand 2. It's 4-1 Diamondbacks at Wrigley Field. Have a 4-1 lead over the Cubs. Time for the unlimited baseball break, brought to you by T-Mobile. Diamondbacks a half game ahead of the Rockies for the first National League wild card spot. Right now, Colorado and the Mets are tied up 4-4 in the 8th inning at Coors Field. The Cubs are leading the National League Central by 2.5 games over Milwaukee, so the Brewers factoring into the wild card race. That game has just gone final at Miller Park. Milwaukee beat the Cardinals 2-1. Anthony Rizzo leads off the Chicago 4th against Zach Greinke. Diamondbacks have the shift on. There's strike one. Rizzo flying out his first time up. A deep fly ball the other way to left field into the teeth of a strong wind just before our second rain delay, and the wind likely kept the ball from going out. It's a really nasty system blew through here in the second inning once we finally got started after a 90-minute rain delay to begin the ball game. Rizzo just knocks it right through the shift, the leadoff single, the third hit for the Cubs.
Go inside that time on Anthony Rizzo. If you're going to go inside, you better make it off the plate inside, even though he stands right on that inside corner. His hands occasionally leaning out over the strike zone. He's very quick on pitches from the middle of the plate in.
They mentioned that 36-minute rain delay with 2 outs in the top of the second inning. So it was about 40 minutes for Zach Greinke between pitches in the first and the second. And the first pitch he threw in the bottom of the second was a home run to Wilson Contreras. Contreras is 17th of the year.
Zach Greinke in the stretch for only the second time in the ball game. The first time came after the 2-out double by John Jay in the third. He only threw 2 pitches to Chris Bryant out of the stretch, but the leadoff single here by Rizzo right back into that stretch.
Pitches for Zach Greinke, 28 strikes. That one's in there, and it's 1-2. Contreras again looking back at Pat Hobert. Seen Contreras do that, Bob, throughout this series, jawing back and forth about strike calls while he's been hitting, which I can't imagine helps his catching all that much in terms of getting calls. This one to deep right center. J.D. Martinez gets over there. Rizzo back to the bag at first, 1 away. Got to be a certain amount of diplomacy when you're a catcher batting. Contreras doesn't seem shy about barking about strike calls.
There's diplomacy involved in everything for a catcher, because obviously you don't want to complain too much about pitches you don't get for your own pitcher, because get the feeling the umpire may take it out on you when you're up there at the plate as a hitter. So yeah, you really got to massage those plate umpires and do it in a very subtle way that the fans don't know what's going on.
Contreras doesn't seem to be all that big on nuance.
No.
Here's Schwarber, who struck out his first time. Shift is on, swing and a miss, it's 0-1. See Rosales, the shortstop, on the first base side of second. Jake Lamb, the third baseman, standing almost in the shortstop spot, but in on the grass just a bit, just shy of it.
Schwarber did bunt for a base hit against the shift in the ball game last night. However, that was leading off an inning. Don't think he'll try it here.
And he drops it over the head of Durian into right. Rizzo will dig for third, and he's in there. Schwarber. Cubs have runners on the corners with 1 out.
Big rolling breaking ball. Just caught enough of the plate for Schwarber to reach out there and hook it back into right field. Rizzo, not the fastest runner on this Cubs ball club, but he's a very intelligent base runner. He cuts corners well. He knows when to take the extra base and when he's better served just drop an angle.
Ian Happ, the second baseman today, a strikeout victim back in the second. By the Cubs out of the University of Cincinnati. That was in the draft just 2 years ago. He was the 9th overall pick in that draft. And he was fast-tracked to the big leagues.
The Cubs have had a real nice run of #1 picks. You go back to 2011 season when Jim Hendry was still the general manager. Javier Baez was their #1 pick in 2011. Fast forward to 2012, it was Albert Almora, who's also on the roster here. 2013 was Chris Bryant. 2014 was Kyle Schwarber, and 2015 was Ian Happ. Cubs did not have a #1 pick last year.
They went on that rebuilding program when they kind of emptied the cupboard and had some dark days here. Double play ball for Drury. Rosales for 1, and they roll it. Just what Zach Greinke needed. And Drury gets it started. We're through 4. It's 4-1 Diamondbacks.
Over the last couple of days, 11-year-old Campbell Faulkner from Queen Creek and his family, his mom, his dad, and his 3 siblings have made the way here to Wrigley. Now, Campbell is battling a rare mitochondrial disease and has had a lot to deal with. 11 years old, as I mentioned, and one thing that he did a couple of years ago was he was out at Cubs spring training, and Kyle Schwarber just said hi, just introduced himself to Campbell, and they have become best buddies. And so Kyle gave him the red carpet treatment yesterday in the dugout over. Theo Epstein came over, and so this family is really enjoying this trip. And as Campbell told me, he's feeling the power of Wrigley. He was out in left field with Kyle, got to touch the ivy, and so credit to Make-A-Wish Arizona for all of this happening and this family getting the experience of a lifetime.
And certainly credit and thanks to Kyle Schwarber for being such a terrific role model for some of the other young players and getting involved like that. Gregor Blanco led off the ball game with a single. Leads off the 5th against Jose Quintana. 4-1 Diamondbacks. D-backs have not had a base hit since Brandon Drury's solo homer in that first inning. The other runs coming on a Goldie 3-run shot. Just joining us, it was a scatterbrain start to say the least, a 90-minute rain delay to get things started. And then just before Blanco came up in the top of the second inning, another 36-minute rain delay. So we're a little bit behind here. Cubs got their only run on Wilson Contreras' home run to lead off the second. Bounce to second base for Ian Happ.
Quintana, much like Zach Greinke, jumping ahead in the count. 19 batters faced, 15 first pitch strikes in the ball game. This could possibly be his last inning. His spot is due up third for the Cubs in the bottom half of the fifth. That pitch count climbing up there, 85 pitches with the next delivery.
Adam Rosales has singled and struck out. Park Ridge, Illinois product. Grew up about 10-12 miles from here. Rosales spent last year in San Diego, had a career high 13 home runs as a Padre. He's been around. This is his 10th year in the big leagues. He's been with the Reds, the A's, Padres, and the Rangers. He could play all over the infield. 1-2. Rosales started 50 games at shortstop for the A's this year. Tanner really likes that curveball. Throwing it consistently all day today. So far he's walked one, struck out 5. Diamondbacks with a lot of 3-2 counts against Quintana today. That's the reason, one of the reasons why the pitch count is so high. Pitch number 90 on the way. Sixth full count of the ball game by a Diamondback hitter against Jose Quintana. A.J. Pollock on deck. Gonzalez batting second today. A.J. in the 3-hole. Jake Lamb 7th against the lefty. Gonzalez hard to shortstop, but Baez is there.
The fans were 1 run away anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more. Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
D-backs fans here with us as always. A.J. 0 for 2 so far. He's really had it going lately, just over 320 since the All-Star break. 2 hits in the series, both coming in Tuesday's opener. Baez one more time from the outfield grass. He's got a big arm. And Rizzo couldn't apply the tag. Pollock's aboard. That was a really long throw for Javier Baez.
Long throw, quick release by Baez. Got that throw off in a hurry. Just a little bit of tailing action on that throw. Pulls Rizzo off the bag, and A.J. runs right underneath the tag for an infield hit.
First hit for the Diamondbacks since the Drury homer with 2 outs in the first. A chance for Goldie, who hit a 3-run home run in that 4-run D-backs first. His 23rd of the year.
See Goldie kind of look up to the light tower there. His eyes kind of glaze over. You can almost see the gears working in his head, thinking about what he's seen on video, what Quintana's done to him in previous at-bats. Not that you're really guessing with an opposing pitcher, but you know, using your experience, using your advanced knowledge that you gained in this advanced meeting, and trying to apply it here in this at-bat.
Goldie has seen plenty of pitches already today. He's gone to full counts 3 and 2 in both his at bats. Homered and struck out looking. 95 pitches already for Quintana, 60 strikes.
It's funny to watch the fans here at Wrigley Field when a ball is fouled onto the roof of the stadium. It slants back toward the field, so occasionally those foul balls will go up on the roof and roll a little bit and then come back down off the roof into the seating area. So the fans always wait an extra 10 seconds or so before getting back into their seats.
Goldie smashes one toward the left field corner, and there it goes. He hit it out of Wrigley Field. Paul Goldschmidt, his second home run today, his 24th of the year, and it's 6-1 Diamondbacks. He hit that one to Dave Kingman country out there.
Near Engine Company 78, the fire station that sits out there just beyond the left field corner here in Wrigleyville. Goldie just absolutely smashes another one, a line drive home run just inside that foul pole.
He had played 17 games here in his career, all starts, but had homered just 1 time at Wrigley Field. But this afternoon, 2 home runs in 3 at-bats. That's tacos. Numbers 23 and 24 on the season. He's knocked in 5 runs. Goldie's got tacos all by himself today. Here's J.D. Martinez. Boy, if he starts to get hot, and he's been hinting the last week or so that he was getting close, this ball club is going to be off and running into August. Boy, the Diamondbacks have really roughed up Jose Quintana this year.
823 feet worth of home runs for Paul Goldschmidt in this ball game.
Goldie entering the game today had 64 career at-bats at Wrigley Field, hit 1 homer. Today, 2 home runs and 3 at-bats. Count now on J.D. Martinez, 3 and 2. J.D. has struck out and walked so far today. Brandon Drury homered back in the first. Martinez strikes out for the 2nd time today. Goldie homers for the 2nd time today. Number 24. A 2-run homer onto the street. 6-1 Diamondbacks.
Baseball history brought to you by Geico. Back in 1914, Les Nunemaker, a catcher.
Wow, hard to believe.
3 assists in the same inning, 2 caught stealing and a pickoff. That is Wilson Contreras' dream inning right there.
1887 hadn't happened. Hayward leads off the Cub 5th. That's another edition of This Day in Catcher's History, brought to you by Geico.
I can't help it if the catchers are all over this day in baseball history when I look them up every morning.
Well, there's just a wealth of material, that's all.
Nobody wants to hear about pitchers and outfielders.
Boring.
Zach Greinke has really been using his fastball effectively today. 26 fastballs coming into this inning. 20 of them have been thrown for strikes.
He struck out 4 so far. He's not walked a batter. Only Cub run coming on Wilson Contreras' homer to lead off the second after the rain delay. Hayward flying out his first time up. He's just 4 for his last 30 up there. Quintana, the pitcher, his spot due up third in this inning. Brian Dunsing is warming up in the Cub bullpen, where I assume the hijinks have ended. They put on quite a show, the 2 bullpens, during the rain delay.
I think it was the Brewers who were in here earlier this year, and in a similar situation during a rain delay, they had a little dance-off. The Brewers would have one guy get up and do some version of a dance and then point at the camera, and the Cubs guys would jump up in their bullpen and do a little dance and point back at the Brewers.
Diamondbacks bullpen reached a whole new level today. Now they have set the bar incredibly high for every other bullpen in the league. Javier Baez grounded out. Big swing at that one. There's the slow Greinke curveball. Boy, that's a natural pitch for Baez, who tries to hit a home run every time he swings. Pitcher spot up next. Albert Almora is in the on-deck circle, so Quintana's day will end here. It was Ruby De La Rosa, Andrew Chafin, T.J. McFarland, Archie Bradley. I think Jake Barrett was involved as well. They put on, well, it was a display of performance art, really.
It really was.
This is how it ended, a calf roping contest. Time, please.
Oh, goodness.
Nothing's going to top the bobsled. The bobsled was awesome. This is how it finished. Chafin trying to, time. Humberto Quintero, one of the bullpen catchers, participating there. 2-1. So calf roping in the bullpen. That's always good. This is trouble, headed for the right field corner. Martinez plays it off the ivy. Baez takes the turn and heads for third. And he's in there with a triple. It got deep in that corner. Baez was not going to stop coming around second. That's his second triple this year.
Well, if Javier Baez hits a ball down the right field line, it's by accident. He is steadily looking to lift the ball in the air to left field, but this time it's a slicing liner down into that corner. And with J.D. Martinez shading over in the gap in right center, he's got a long run to get to that ball. Baez thinking 3 all the way, gets in there on his belly.
He's at third with 1 out, and Almora announced as the hitter for Quintana. Albert Almora Jr., 274 and 4 homers. He singled and drove in 3 runs in Tuesday's opener, 1 for 5 in the series. Pops it up third base side. Jake Lamb fouled down. That helps. 2 down. Greinke was in a little bit of trouble in the 4th inning. After a couple of singles, Cubs had first and third, 1 out, but he got Ian Happ to hit into a double play to end that threat. Now trying to strand Baez at third with 2 down. Here's the center fielder John Jay, who doubled his last time up as 1 for 2. fastballs in there for a strike. Baez still trying to catch his breath after that triple. He's at third with 2 outs. Fastball, and it's 1-2. Jay 0 for 3 last night, but he's been hitting the ball well lately. Better than .350 in his previous dozen games. Chris Bryant is on deck. He would be next. That one scorched through Mathis, and Baez comes home.
The glove all the way down to ground level that time. That slider had just enough room to sneak underneath the glove of Jeff Mathis all the way to the bricks.
So it's a 6-2 ball game. 60 pitches, 40 strikes for Greinke. 2-2 on Jay. Able to check his swing, says Rob Drake at third. Count with Bryant on deck. First 3-ball count of the ball game for Zach Greinke. Just foul at first. Randazzo really had to have quick feet down there. John Jay, the Federalist. He's hitting over .330 at Wrigley Field this year, so he's enjoyed life as a Cub at this point. He looks at strike 3. The Cubs add a run. We'll head to the 6th inning. Diamondbacks lead at 6-2. Minute rain delay to start the ball game, then another 36-minute delay in the second inning. But we are under clear skies right now. Smooth sailing for the Diamondbacks, who lead the Cubs 6-2. Fans, don't forget MLB.tv every night, every device. You can watch every out-of-market regular season game live and get a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply, so visit MLB.tv for details. 6th inning, new pitcher for the Cubs. It's the left-hander Brian Dunsing. Saw him pitch 1/3 of an inning in Tuesday's opener. He He's on to face Brandon Drury, Jake Lamb, and Jeff Mathis, 6, 7, and 8 in the Arizona 6th. Drury hit a solo homer in the first, his 9th of the year. Off the scoreboard in left field, 444 feet.
Well, I'll tell you, the Diamondbacks' timing has been perfect today as Brandon Drury steps into the batter's box. The wind picks up once again, blowing straight out of here.
Yeah, it is remarkable. The wind has helped them offensively and defensively. Rizzo hit a ball to left field to end the first inning that should have got out of here easily, but there was hurricane force wind blowing in from left that kept it in the yard. Dunsing has pitched very well for the Cubs, hasn't given up a run since June 21st. 13 consecutive scoreless innings of work. There's a 3-0 strike. Jake Lamb batting 7th today with a left-hand starter Quintana out there. Sure enough for Jake, they follow that up with another left-hander. Drury strikes out to open up the 6th. Lamb has struck out looking. He's been hit by a pitch. Took one on what appeared to be the right forearm against Quintana in the 4th inning. Big night for Jake last night. A pair of doubles. He knocked in all 3 runs. Goldie's done most of the damage here today. A pair of home runs. He's knocked in 5. 3-run homer in the first and a 2-run home run in the 5th. Hopefully last night can really get Jake going. He was in a 1 for 21 skid going into the game last night. 2-run double in the 6th, another RBI double in the 8th. Diamondbacks need to get Jake Lamb back on that all-star pace he showed for much of the first half of the year. Since the end of June, Jake's hit 195.
Partner, I think we've reached our limit of spiders here in the booth.
Most of them been on your side, thank goodness. I killed my first yesterday. You getting attacked over there?
Yeah, I just had one crawling across my book, but he just wanted to check the scorecard, see how Goldie was doing.
That was the last thing he ever did. He's doing pretty well.
Yeah, multi-homer game here at Wrigley. The last time a D-backs did that, it was Mark Reynolds back in 2010. Coincidentally, Mark Reynolds celebrating a birthday today and hit a home run for the Rockies.
They're still playing that game, the Mets and Rockies at Coors Field. I try to tell you what the score is, but there's way too much math involved out on that board.
4-4 bottom of 9.
Oh, there you go. Why can't they just put that up there? See, you got to right above there. You see New York, Colorado. Well, the Mets scored in 4 consecutive innings. Good bat here for Jake against the lefty Dunsing.
Another birthday today. A former teammate of mine, Jim Gott. Right-handed pitcher.
Giant.
Yeah. Hey, Kruko, you know, he likes to stir it up in the clubhouse a little bit back when we were players. And when Jim Gott first came to the Giants, Kruko told this story about Jim Gott and how he married a woman. As Jake takes called strike 3 with a curveball, who only had one eye. But he really loved her, and they've been married for a long time, and there just ain't no woman like the one I'd got.
That's pretty funny.
It was at the time.
And, you know, knowing Krukow, he could play it in his mandolin or his guitar.
Yeah, well, anything. A banjo, he's got them all.
Here's Mathis. Jeff got a 9-game hitting streak on the line here today. He so far has grounded out, struck out 0 for 2. We didn't think you'd need eye black when we started. Some ugly weather here to get this thing going, and then more ugly weather once we did start. But it's very nice right now. On the Diamondback catcher with Zach Greinke on deck.
Been told that the Rockies beat the Mets with a walk-off walk by Nolan Arenado.
Bouncer to Bryant at third, has to charge, double clutch. He has trouble throwing sometime, Chris Bryant, but they just do get Mathis. Bottom 6 on the way. It's 6-2 Diamondbacks. Here on the north side of Chicago, Diamondbacks leading the Cubs 6-2 here in the 6th inning. What's next brought to you by CenturyLink. Once this one ends, we're on an airplane to San Francisco for the first of 3 against the Giants. And the Diamondbacks have not yet named a starting pitcher for tomorrow night. Good chance it'll be the rookie lefty Anthony Banda against Madison Bumgarner, who's come off the dirt bike to start the game. Taijuan Walker will go Saturday against Matt Cain, and Patrick Corbin and the Shark Jeff Samardzija on Sunday. And this long road trip finally ends. Bryant leads off the Cubs 6 with a base hit to left. Just Chris Bryant's second base hit in this series. That'll bring up Anthony Rizzo. Talked throughout this series about the similarities between Anthony Rizzo and Paul Goldschmidt. Rizzo had a 2-homer game in the opener on Tuesday. Goldie's homered twice today. 12th career 2-home run game for Goldie. His 3rd this season. Rizzo today is flat out single. He's 1 for 2. He's been on a roll as of late. 6 homers and 14 knocked in 17 games since the All-Star break. Diamondbacks have the shift on. Rizzo takes his cuts. And Greinke changeup, darting down and away from the left-hand hitter. He come in on Rizzo with a fastball, and it's 1-2. Up away, fastball in. Now with 2 strikes, Rizzo will choke up. Watch the bat handle here. Dramatic difference from the previous pitch. Been doing this a lot. This is something relatively new for Rizzo this year. A lot like Joey Votto with the Reds. 2-2. Reaches out and rolls it away from the shift. Joe Madden told you, BB, wanted to see a little smarter hitting from some of his guys. You don't have to hit home runs all the time, and that's a good example.
That ball's off the plate, low and away, but because he's in his 2-strike approach, just looking to protect the plate, just slaps an easy grounder where nobody's home.
A pair of singles open up the Chicago 6th inning, and here's Contreras, who homered against Greinke to lead off the 2nd. Greinke's spot in the batting order is due to lead off the top of the 7th. But the pitch count is in very good shape right now. 69 pitches, 46 strikes. Bryant is at 2nd, Rizzo at 1st. Here's Contreras, 1 for 2. Contreras counting today, 22 RBIs in his last 25 games. He's been a run producer from the cleanup spot. 2 on and no outs. And he drives it deep to left field, out of here. Wilson Contreras, his 2nd home run today, his 18th of the year, and suddenly it's a 1-run lead. As we said earlier, he's not big on nuance.
No. Both home runs he hit in this ball game coming on the first pitch, a 91-mile-an-hour fastball up and out over the plate. He knew it. Zach Greinke knew it at the moment of contact.
Saw Zach's reaction there. Halfway up the seats and left. On the 70th pitch of the ball game from Greinke. Now it's 6-5 D-backs. Here's Schwarber. Singles and a home run open up the Cubs 6th. Shift is on against Schwarber. Last time he knocked a base hit right through the shift. There's a strike and it's 1-1. Diamondbacks have led 4-0, 4-1, and 6-1, but now it's 6-5. All the way, it's 1-2. With a fastball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Schwarber wouldn't bite. He'll get himself out a lot of times. Like that, the Greinke curveball. 6 strikeouts for Zach, 1 down in the 6th.
Movement, good speed, good location. Schwarber trying to hit that ball out onto Sheffield, which is the street right behind the right field fence.
Ian Happ, switch hitting rookie second baseman, 0 for 2.
A vendor walking along the aisleway there as that pop foul went in his direction, and a fan tried to catch it and ended up putting a bear hug on that poor gentleman right there, trying to pour somebody some suds.
There's a beverage here. Couldn't get Happ to bite on the slider. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Here's a look.
This poor Bender's just trying to pour the guy a beer. And look, hey, hit him in the back. Wow.
So many things wrong with that picture. I don't know where to begin. 2-2. Job here by Happ. He's laid off the slider, the changeup. Hayward on deck. He's worked the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. 80 pitches for Greinke. 52 strikes. His spot is due to lead off the 7th inning for the Diamondbacks. Finally got a Happ to bite at the curveball again.
Well, one thing Zach Greinke has learned about Wilson Contreras is where not to pitch him. The first pitch fastballs. Look at the location on both of these. Up and out over the plate. Full extension both times from Contreras. Got a lot of backspin and absolutely clobbered him. Contreras with 2 home runs today now has 18 on the season. Only 3 of those have come on the first pitch. 2 of them here today against Zach Greinke.
Knocked in 4 of the Cubs' 5 runs today. A solo homer in the 2nd, a 3-run home run here in the 6th. Hayward 0 for 2. Hayward's just 4 for his last 31 up there. 253 on the year. ball at first base.
I mentioned at the top of the show, Joe Madden with 5 left-handed hitters in the lineup against Zach Greinke today, but it's been the right-handed hitters that have done the damage. Bryant had a base hit to lead off the 6th. Contreras with 2 home runs, and Javier Baez with that triple down the right field line. The righties are 4 for 10 against Zach today.
Baez scored on a wild pitch. 1-2 on Hayward. There's Kitchen that time. Pedro Strop warming up in the Cub bullpen. Greinke strikes out Hayward. He strikes out 3 in a row after the Contreras homer, but the Cubs are back within 1. Cubs and 3 for the Diamondbacks, who lead at 6-5. Fan Suns Night is coming up Tuesday, September 12th at Chase Field. You can get the special event ticket package that includes a lower level baseline reserve ticket and a co-branded D-backs Suns cap for only $25. The special event ticket pack is available online right now at dbacks.com/Suns. Ryan Dunsing back out there for the Cubs, and Zach Greinke will take his at bat to lead off the 7th inning. Impressive way that Greinke bounced back after the Contreras 3-run homer. He struck out Schwarber, Happ, Hayward all in a row. Zach now with 8 strikeouts in the ball game.
Real oddity here today, partner. Zach Greinke this season has given up 19 home runs. That's the first 3-run homer of the year by Wilson Contreras. 14 of the 19 have been solos.
Well, the D-backs have only 2 hits since the 1st inning. That was A.J. Pollock's infield single with 2 outs in the 5th, followed by Goldie's 2-run homer, his 2nd home run here today. Diamondbacks with 4 in the 1st and 2 in the 5th. Tapper in front of the mound. Dunsing has to hurry, and the throw pulls Rizzo off the bag. Greinke's aboard. There's a base hit for Zach. Really busting up that line.
That's what you love about Zach Greinke. When he's not throwing the ball, when he's not actually pitching, he's an infielder, he's a hitter, he's a base runner. He just does everything well out there on the field.
He's a base runner now. A leadoff single for Gregor Blanco. He's 1 for 3. Blanco singled to lead off the ball game today. Scored on Goldie's first home run. Ryan coming in on the grass at third just a little bit. There's a strike. Now he backs off. He was a couple of steps in a moment ago.
Rizzo was playing behind Zach Greinke on that first pitch to Gregor Blanco. Now holding him on.
That's the bunt down. Contreras with that big arm. Throws out Blanco as Greinke advances to second. Rosales singled in his first at bat today. Long walk to the mound for Joe Madden. Pedro Strop, the right-hander, has been warming up at the Cub bullpen. Got right-handers coming up in Rosales, Pollock, Goldschmidt, Martinez, Drury. So here comes Strop. Will take a break. Now, D-backs lead the Cubs 6-5 of the 7th inning. Fans, now's the best time to become a Diamondbacks season ticket holder. As a D-backs season seat holder, you'll enjoy exclusive benefits, flexible payment options, and a plan that's just right for you. Plus, you buy now, you guarantee postseason priority. Buy or renew now online, dbacks.com/advantage. Pedro Strop on from the Cub bullpen to face Adam Rosales with Zach Greinke, the runner at second and 1 out. Rosales singled and scored in the first. He's 1 for 3. Greinke's way off the bag at second.
That's a balk.
And
Yes,
Strop
it is.
balked. Zach Greinke was halfway to third, came to a dead stop. Strop did too, and that's a balk. Pat Hobert jumped on it from behind home plate.
Yeah, he was just going to take third base right there. You heard somebody from that Cub side of the field yelling, "Step off, step off." It kind of alarmed Pedro Strop out there on the mound. He just stopped.
There's an insurance run 90 feet away, but Rosales is down 0-2. Tony Perez-Chica coaching at third. Numbers on Strop this year: 42 strikeouts in 46 games. Just foul down the first baseline.
Yeah, Strop, a guy with a big arm, average fastball right at 96 miles an hour. Basically a sinker slider guy, but if he wants to, he can four-seam it and throw it up in the zone and rush it by guys.
something off and strikes out Rosales with a slider. 2 down in the 7th.
He gets a lot of downward movement on this particular slider. Ends up nearly in the dirt after Rosales swings over the top.
2 down now. Greinke at third. Here's A.J. Pollock. A.J. had an infield single his last time up. Scored on Goldie's second home run of the ball game. That was back in the 5th inning. Check swing foul, almost got Goldie over there in the on deck circle. He may not even have noticed. Diamondback bullpen. David Hernandez back with the Diamondbacks on the right there. Andrew Chafin, the left-hander. David picked up from the Angels at the trade deadline on Monday. Two on Pollock. Negros throw past the slider and the cutter. 39,525 here today. Bounces that one. Contreras can't find it. Doesn't roll far enough away for Greinke to come home.
Slider coming here to A.J.
Knock it through the front door. It stays 6-5 Diamondbacks. Sensation Cody Bellinger and those LA Dodgers battle it out with Yoenis Cespedes and the Mets. Dodgers-Mets starts Saturday at noon on FS1. Zach Greinke back out there for the home half of the 7th inning. Javier Baez will lead it off. Pitcher spot behind him. Ben Zobrist, the switch hitter, is in the on-deck circle.
Something
it's, the leadoff man, John Jay. Sorry, BB.
Something we rarely say about Zach Greinke, but I have to believe he's on a really short leash right here. That last inning had to leg out an infield single, went first to second on a sac bunt, advanced on to third on the balk.
Baez swings at the first pitch. Rosales has trouble, long throw, but he's aboard. There's the tying run. Not much Adam can do there, deep in the hole, able to knock it down.
To it in good shape, just hit right in the palm of that glove and dropped straight down. And Baez, unfortunately for the D-backs, runs too well, and by the time Rosales is able to recover and fire on to first, he's legged it out for an infield hit.
Zobrist is announced as the hitter. Here comes Torey Lovullo. He's had Hernandez and Chafin warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. David Hernandez is on his way in. 6-5 D-backs in the 7th at Wrigley. Zobrist, the switch hitter, announced as the batter for the pitcher, Pedro Strop, and making his re-debut. Is that a word? Well, it is now.
Sure, it is now.
David Hernandez back with the Diamondbacks, acquired Monday from the Anaheim Angels, where he was having a very good year out of the Angels bullpen, a 2.23 ERA. This is interesting, though. Zobrist is a much better hitter in terms of the numbers anyway from the left side versus the right, and you've got a left-hand hitter, Jay, on deck. But Torey Lovullo elects to go with the right-hand thrower Hernandez here instead of Chafin, who's also warming up in the bullpen. You see the splits on Zobrist, about 240 as a left-hand batter, 185 from the right side. Baez is the tying run at first. Nobody out here in the 7th, and there's strike one.
Ben Zobrist 8 for 25 lifetime against Zach Greinke, so you knew Zach wasn't going to get the chance to face Zobrist in this situation, especially after what I just mentioned, his trip around the bases in the top half of the inning.
Zobrist has 3 hits in this series. He's also walked twice and scored 3 times. Baez takes off for second, swing and a miss. The throw from Mathis is not in time. 4th stolen base of the year for Javier Baez. He's the tying run.
Tremendous jump over at first base by Baez. Just took off on David Hernandez's first move, but David can be a little slow to the plate at times with that high leg kick, and that time Baez took advantage. David Hernandez hoping to hold on to this lead right here. Zach Greinke trying to get off the schneid. He has wins in 27 different major league parks in his career, but has never won here at Wrigley Field.
Big crowd here today, nearly 40,000. Waited out 2 rain delays. 0-2 on Zobrist. Off the plate and foul. Responsible for Baez at second base. Chafin ready on the left-hand side. Archie Bradley, the right-hander, started warming up now. That's going to reach the seats and out of play. And Zobrist went through some left wrist inflammation that put him on the disabled list in June. He was out for 3 weeks. He's hit only .226 since he came back on July the 1st. David Hernandez comes in with a fastball and strikes out Zobrist. 1 down in the Chicago 7th.
Some tailing action on that pitch. Looked like it was going to be inside off the plate, but worked its way back to the corner, and Zobrist looked like he was caught by surprise. Really late swing that time.
Well, clearly Torrey liked that matchup. We just saw why. Now he's got the left-hander Chafin ready for the left-hand hitting John Jay. We'll take a break at Wrigley Field. To face the third Cubs hitter. This time it's the left-hander Andrew Chafin. He worked a 1, 2, 3, 7th inning last night. He threw 19 pitches. This is his 49th appearance of the year. The gash line called to the bullpen. Went on to face the left-hand hitting John Jay, who doubled in the third. Jay 1 for 3. Greinke responsible for the tying run. That's Javier Baez at second base with 1 out. Jay has done a good job against left-hand pitching this year, batting .326 against lefties. Ball 1. Wouldn't bite at the slider, and it's 2-0. Chris Bryant is on deck. Archie Bradley warming up in the Diamondback pen. And you got another left-hand batter behind Bryant and Anthony Rizzo. 2-0 on John Jay. A time granted by Pat Hoberg back there.
Cubs lineup is stacked today. It makes it really tough to match up. They've got that military lineup. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, and right.
Fastball, so striking. It's 2-1. Wind is blowing hard out to left field right now, toward the left field corner. Again, checks his swing on the chafing slider, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. At bat right there by John Jay with a tying run at second. And here comes Torey Lovullo one more time. He's got his right-hander ready for Chris Bryant. So there'll be 4 Cub batters against 4 D-backs pitchers in the 7th inning. Bring in the beard. That's what it says on the t-shirt. Archie Bradley is on his way in. Diamondbacks have a 1-run lead. 2 on, 1 out here in the 7th. Back after this. Their 4th pitcher in this 7th inning. Archie worked a 1-2-3-8 last night. Got 3 outs on only 15 pitches. This is his 41st appearance of the year. And he's got his work cut out for him. D-backs with a 6-5 lead, 1 out. Javier Baez is at second. He's the tying run. John Jay is at first. He's the go-ahead run. And the batter is the reigning NL MVP, Chris Bryant. Ryan singled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 3. Started him off with a knuckle curveball. It's 1-0. Single to lead off the 6th, only his 2nd hit in the series. He scored on Wilson Contreras' 3-run homer. Rockies have already won today. They beat the Mets 5-4 at Coors. In with a fastball at 97, and it's 1-2. Anthony Rizzo on deck. Rizzo has singled twice today. Got him. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. 2 down.
Well, after that first pitch curveball from Archie Bradley, he decided not to mess around anymore. Started him with the curveball, as I mentioned, in the dirt. Ball 1 at 82, and then just a steady stream of mid to upper 90s fastball inside. Bryant was able to foul off a couple of them. That one was up a little bit in the zone, but just blew a 98-mile-an-hour heater by him down and in.
2 on, 2 out for Rizzo, who's 2 for 3. Singled in his last 2 at bats. First pitch fastball missed. It's 1-0. Javier Baez at second, John Jay at first. Holberg didn't like that one. It's 2-0. Wilson Contreras, who's already homered twice today, is the on-deck hitter. It's a strike off the corner, and it's 2-1. Rizzo 14 RBIs in 17 games since the All-Star break. Here's the 2-1 from Archie Bradley. Fouled straight back. It's 2-2. Count is full. That'll get the runners started. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. They're on their feet here on the north side of Chicago. Runners on the move. Foul back.
Pitch upcoming in this at bat. All fastballs so far to Anthony Rizzo.
Reminds you of a battle that Archie had back in May in Miami with the Marlins. A.J. Ellis, when it went 14 pitches, fastball after fastball after fastball. Archie would not give in. Ellis finally laced a single to left center. So let's see if he feels pretty good about the knuckle curveball here in the 3-2 to Rizzo. Or is it straight heat? All 4 of the bases are loaded. sense that they wanted to punt on Rizzo and work to Contreras there?
I don't know. All fastballs. Archie moving them in and out, up and down, but just attacking the Cubs' number 3 hitter with his best pitch, that fastball in the upper 90s. Pushed him off the plate there with 98. Almost got that one by him, and then just misses off the outside corner for ball 4.
Here's Mike Butcher now. You saw the locations that Bob showed you earlier on the 2 home runs hit by Wilson Contreras against Zach Greinke. Both pitches up and away. And Contreras launched both of them. A solo shot in the 2nd and a 3-run homer in the 6th. Here they are.
Yeah, both coming on first pitch, up and out over the plate. 91-mile-an-hour fastballs all over both of them. Sammy Sosa.
Well, Contreras has knocked in 4 of the Cubs' 5 runs here today. So that makes it 25 RBIs in his last 25 games.
One thing you can be sure of, you're probably not going to get the same kind of patient at bat from Wilson Contreras that you did from Anthony Rizzo right there. So just be careful with his first delivery.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. Strike 1.
That's a good start. Just dot that outside corner at the knees.
So you
like the fastball, huh? Take a bite of this one. He just blew that right by Contreras.
One thing to see Archie throw 97, 98. His command, his location has been outstanding this year. Ahead of Wilson Contreras, 0-2. Just got a piece of that fastball. Emergency defense.
Too close to take. Really good enough to do much with it that time. Contreras lucky just to get a piece that time.
Baez at third. He's the tying run. Jay the go-ahead run at second. Rizzo aboard at first. Center. Baez is home. Here comes Jay, and the Cubs take the lead. Wilson Contreras, that's a 6 RBI day.
We might see Archie try to bounce a curveball, get Contreras to chase something bad, but comes back with one more fastball. A little bit of a shorter swing that time from Contreras. Gets that ground ball up the middle to drive home 2.
6 RBIs, a career high for the Cub catcher. Diamondbacks now trail at 7-6. They led at one point 6-1. Kyle Schwarber now. Out of play. Schwarber has singled and struck out twice. D-backs in the 8th inning will have Goldschmidt, Martinez, and Drury. 4, 5, and 6. come back. Diamondbacks as we head to the 8th inning. Trail at 7-6. Career high 6 RBIs today. 2 home runs and a 2-run single against Archie Bradley in that 7th inning has made it 7-6 Cubs. Here's Goldie, pardon me. He's had a big day as well. Our Chaz Roberts air conditioning and plumbing cool plays of the game. A 3-run homer in the 1st and a 2-run home run in the 5th.
One was an absolute skyscraper to left center field. That last one, a line drive right down the line.
Goldie will lead off the Diamondback 8th, down 1. Some changes for the Cubs here. Let's start out on the mound. It's the right-hander Carl Edwards Jr. who's pitched very well lately, holding opponents to a 121 batting average. His 47th appearance of the season. Offensively behind him, Zobrist, who hit for the pitcher, will remain in the game. He takes over at second base. Moves out to center field, replacing John Jay. Jay slides over to left. And Kyle Schwarber comes out of the ballgame. So the pitcher spot is now 5th in the Cubs order. Goldie has homered twice and struck out 2 for 3. Goldie today is 12th career 2-home run game and his 3rd this year. There's 23 and 24 on the season. Good start here. It's 3-0. J.D. Martinez on deck.
Cut fastball in the mid-90s. He also throws an occasional curveball. You saw him throw one to Goldie here on the 2-0 count.
Hold on there, Goldie. Pat Hoberg says strike 2.
A little front door cutter that time that just did get back to the corner. Looked like it was going to be a fastball up and in, and then some late movement brings it right back on the corner.
Good pitch. Ball 4. Waiting for Hoberg to flinch that time. It didn't budge. Leadoff walk. And here's JD, who has struck out twice and walked today. Based on the way he swung the bat when he first became a Diamondback, he's about due to go deep here. JD first 11 games as a Diamondback, 5 homers and 13 runs knocked in. Well, he is very aggressive early in counts, JD Martinez. He is up there swinging. For 8 in the series. He's walked 3 times, struck out 5 times. Down quickly 0-2.
Right, Edwards very quick to the plate. If you're thinking about possibly Paul Goldschmidt stealing second base, getting himself into scoring position, he's been 1.2 and 1.1 on those first 2 deliveries to Martinez.
Left-hander Justin Wilson warming up in the Cubs bullpen. Lefty Jorge De La Rosa in the Diamondback pen. Oh, 0-2 on JD Martinez. Just missed away. Trying to at least get that tying run into scoring position. Goldie at first, nobody out. Here's the 1-2. Bounces one up there. Contreras keeps it in front. Spike curveball.
Yeah, that came way up. Sounded like it hit him in the mask. That ball bounces way out in front of home plate, catches him right on the bottom of that mask.
10 pitches from Edwards so far, only 4 for strikes. Fastball got away. It's full 3-2.
Fastball.
Goldie holds it first. Martinez fouls the fastball straight back. Wind is now blowing straight out to center field. Out toward the lake. Hit it up in that wind. AD is always trying to hit the ball up in the air. Get it up in that. He walked him. Edwards has walked the first 2 D-backs in the 8th inning of a 1-run game. And the hitter is Brandon Drury, who homered in the first. Drury belted one off the scoreboard in left field off Jose Quintana, his 9th of the year. Joe Madden. This was Brandon in the first. Madden out to the mound. This one was crushed over 440 feet. only 2 batters he faced. Exits. We'll take a break from Wrigley Field. It's getting interesting. But the first 2 have reached in the 8th inning, and on from the Chicago bullpen, just acquired from the Detroit Tigers at the trade deadline, the lefty Justin Wilson.
Wilson pitched the 8th inning in the ball game last night in relief of Jake Arrieta. Walked the leadoff man in the inning. Got a pop up to second base, and then a double by Jake Lamb to drive home David Peralta. Also had an intentional walk in that inning.
Now Lamb, the left-hand hitter, is on deck. Brandon Drury is up, but Brandon has not hit left-hand pitching all that well this year. Just about .230 versus lefties with 1 home run. Paul Goldschmidt is the tying run at second. J.D. Martinez the go-ahead run at first. Nobody out here in the 8th. Both corners in, a couple of steps on the grass for the Cubs. Starting against the bunt, Drury takes a strike. It's 0-1.
Drury took a pitch.
And Hobart behind the plate.
A little cut fastball, looked like it just slid off of that inside corner at 95.
Now Rizzo backs up and plays behind the runner Martinez at first. Bryant back at third. Run away, Brandon 0-2. Can you hear him getting frustrated up there? His homer in the first is only hit in this series. Trying to at least have a productive out, if nothing else, and advance these runners. Starting to get dark here again. A 90-minute rain delay to start the game, then another 36-minute rain delay in the top of the 2nd inning. Lights have been on all day. We've had every possible bit of weather, save of snow, that you can have here in Chicago. Pop-up thunderstorms, dark clouds, heavy rain, big wind, you name it. Most of the game, though, has been played in sunshine. 0-2 on Drury.
Go away on Brandon Drury, and that ball snuck back into the middle of the plate. Had a pretty good rip at it. Got off the mask of Wilson Contreras that time.
Jake Lamb is the on-deck hitter. Remember, Lamb had the RBI double against Wilson in the 8th inning last night. Jake knocked in all 3 runs in last night's game. D-backs won at 3-0. 0-2 to Brandon Drury. 2 on, nobody out.
Pickoff on at first base that time. Anthony Rizzo had broken in behind J.D. Martinez at first base. Good thing Brandon fouled that one off. Contreras was going to fire down there to first base.
J.D. is the go-ahead run at first. Nothing doing at second. Dumps it into right field. It's in front of Hayward. Goldie had to hold up just to make sure, and the Diamondbacks have the bases loaded with nobody out.
Nice hitting right there by Brandon Drury. Let that ball get deep into the zone and then lined it into right field. That pitch was actually on the inner third of the plate. You see Goldie taking his lead off second. He was ready to try to score on that ball, but he wasn't sure if Hayward was going to be able to make the play in the air or not, so he held up halfway. Bases loaded.
For Jake Lamb, who has struck out twice, been hit by a pitch. He's faced left-handers all 3 times he's been up there. Paul Goldschmidt at third, J.D. Martinez at second, and Brandon Drury at first. Bases full, no outs. This is a rematch of the at-bat in the 8th inning last night. Diamondbacks had a 2-0 lead. Lamb had a 2-run double. Then another RBI double here. Scored Peralta all the way from first with the 3rd run. Now here's round 2. Wilson versus Lamb. Jake came into the game this year hitting 140 against left-hand pitching. He knocks it into left field. That's a base hit. Here comes Goldie. J.D. Martinez right behind, and he is safe. Jake Lamb does it again against Justin Wilson, and it's 8-7 Diamondbacks. Goldie had to hold up just to make sure, and J.D. Martinez almost ran right up his back. Close play at the plate. Cubs are looking to see if Martinez made the tag.
Another great approach by Jake Lamb against a tough lefty. And this is something that teams have been doing around baseball forever. Run on John Jay. Just doesn't have a good throwing arm. He fired a changeup in there from left field. JD just does appear to get around the tag there at home plate.
They're going to challenge.
Yep.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
And not to mention it looked like another block of home plate, but we're not quite sure what that rule is anymore.
Not sure anyone is. Well, this has been an offensive game for the Diamondbacks to circle on your schedule. Goldie has come alive with a pair of homers. And Jake Lamb, who knocked in 3 runs last night, comes up with a clutch 2-run double in the 8th inning against the left-hander.
Building innings and linking at bats. Perfect example in this inning.
That's what Torrey likes to say. Handing it off to the next guy. Jerry Davis, the crew chief and second base umpire, with his back to you there. Matt Hobart looking up at the video board in left field. Even if it appears from the angles that we have that he didn't apply the tag, nothing to lose here for Joe Madden with this challenge.
We've seen a number of replays, nothing that says he should be called out. Yeah.
Safe at home, and it's 8-7 D-backs. Here's another look.
Yeah, never tagged. That's the best look of all. A couple of the other angles we had, you couldn't really tell whether Contreras got the tag on JD's back as he went sliding by, but that last view you could clearly see no contact.
Well, Carl Edwards walked the first two batters in this inning, Goldschmidt and Martinez. They both just scored, and now it's 8-7 D-backs. Here's Jeff Mathis 0 for 3. Corners come in looking for a bunt, and there's strike one. Jeff looking for a base hit. He might sacrifice himself here, but he's got a 9-game hitting streak going. Rizzo again coming in from first and Bryant from third.
Showed bunt on that first pitch. Ideally, you get it down that third baseline, make Bryant come in and make the play.
Squares the bunt, pulls back and takes strike two. Pitcher's spot is up next. Chris Iannetta in the on-deck circle. Zach Greinke now off the hook. Archie Bradley in line for the win. Mathis going to need a new stick. Cubs in the bottom of the 8th will have Ian Happ, Jason Hayward, Javier Baez due up 6, 7, and 8.
Say we come to the ballpark every day to see something you've never seen before, and Zach Greinke today did something we've never seen before. He was a perfect 54-0 when he had a lead of 5 or more runs in a game.
Diamondbacks at one point led it 6-1. That was in the 5th inning. Mathis strikes out. Iannetta will try and add to the lead. Chris hitting .232 with 8 home runs. Singled and walked twice last night. Had some very good at-bats against Jake Arrieta.
Probably the best at-bats in the game against Jake Arrieta. He really looked like he was keyed in on everything the Cubs right-hander was throwing.
Chance to tack on some more here with Drury at second, Lamb at first, and 1 out. Blanco on deck. Iannetta shoots it toward the right field corner. Foul. Just inside with a fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Chris bounces one to second for Zobrist. High throw, and everybody's safe. No No chance for Baez to collect that one with Lamb coming in hard from first.
Baez took his eye off the ball to see if he had a possibility of relaying onto first and trying to get the double play, and it hit him in the heel of the glove and dropped. It's a good call.
Fielder's choice, E6. Bases full, one down for Blanco, who singled and scored in the first. 1 for 3. Gregor around about a 190 hitter against lefties this year. Does have one home run.
You really have to love the opposite field approach the Diamondbacks have taken in this inning.
Now the biggest was Jake Lamb's 2-run single to left field against Wilson. And scored Goldschmidt and Martinez with a go-ahead runs after both guys had walked against Carl Edwards Jr. to lead off the inning. Now it's bases full, 1 out.
Drury's base hit came to the opposite field. Chris Iannetta drove one down the right field line, just foul before hitting that ball to the right side.
One and 2 on Blanco. Get down ball. Come on. And Happ has it. And everybody has to hold up. The rookie Ian Happ, a standing ovation. Brandon Drury at third. Halfway down the line.
Might have been able to score had he immediately gone back to tag, only because Happ had to go to the ground to make the play on that sinking line drive.
So Rosales will get a chance to hit with the bases full and 2 down. Adams single in the first. 1 for 4. Back in his hometown ballpark, a native of Park Ridge, Illinois. His second game as a Diamondback. And a pair of hits in his D-backs debut here Tuesday. Single, doubled, and drove in 2 runs. Diamondbacks have led this ball game 4-0, 6-1 and 6-2. They've trailed at 7-6. Now they lead at 8-7. One and 1 on Adam Rosales. Fastball right by him. Eighth man to bat in the Diamondback eighth. Diamondbacks leave the bases loaded, but they get 2 big runs on Jake Lamb's 2-run single to take an 8-7 lead.
eighth there to take the 8-7 lead. And I talked to Jake last night about pressure. He said, look, I had chances in that Cardinal series and didn't get it done. He said when he steps up there right now, he knows it's mental. He's got to be not trying to hit a homer or grand slam in the situation we just saw, just get it hit. That's what's on his mind. We also talked about hitting left-handers. Of course, he's got the 2 hits against the lefty Justin Wilson in the last 2 days. He said, as a team, we have to get better in that area with as much season as there is left to go. And there's been a lot of progress, guys, not just with Jake, but seeing Paul Goldschmidt, what he did against Quintana and this team as a whole. And so now it's a matter of protecting the lead.
No question about it, Jody. That's Jorge De La Rosa's job now. Diamondbacks left-hander is out there for the bottom of the 8th inning. The ash line called to the bullpen. He'll face the switch-hitting rookie Ian Happ. Jason Hayward and Javier Baez due up after that. Torey Lovullo has talked for 3 or 4 weeks now about a great job the Diamondbacks have done about linking at bats together, handing it off to the next guy. They just haven't had the big timely hit. Well, they got it here today. Now it's a matter of getting those final 6 outs. Happ so far 0 for 3. There is more rain in the immediate forecast. It's getting darker here, more blustery. There's a system that's not too far away. We've already had 2 rain delays here. A 90-minute delay to start, then a 36-minute delay in the 2nd inning. The lights have been on all day. Ian Happ homered from the right side here Tuesday in the series opener. Fastball's a strike, and it's 2-1.
Rain starting to fall here at Wrigley.
For cover. De La Rosa got Happ to pop out when they squared off in Tuesday's opener. Leadoff men. Diamondbacks took advantage of that in the top half of this inning when Edwards walked Goldie and Martinez to lead it off. They both scored. And De La Rosa's gone full on Happ 3-2. Struck him out. Big pitch there from Jorge De La Rosa.
Rookie Ian Happ swung at a 2-0 pitch way off the plate inside. Chases a splitter right there for strike 3 on the full count pitch, taking advantage of that youthful aggressiveness.
Jason Hayward 0 for 3. Getting heavier here. There's ball 1. Awfully dark just to our left. The kind of day where it was humid, mostly cloudy, but you got these pop-up thunderstorms I keep hearing about.
I think that's what we're experiencing right now. Looking at the weather radar, there's not like a huge system moving through, just a couple of little spots of rain, and we're getting it right now. There's a good shot of the rain around Jorge De La Rosa. And with the rain falling, all the more important that the Diamondbacks were able to take that lead in the top half of the inning.
2-1. Went full 3-2 on a half and got the strikeout. Now 3 balls and 1 strike to Hayward with Baez on deck. All 4 tying runs aboard for the Cubs with 1 out in the 8th. To the mound. Raining at Wrigley, pitching change. Diamondbacks lead at 8-7. Heavily right now, our Gila River game summary. In a crazy ball game, Diamondbacks led 4-0, 6-1, 6-2. They trailed at 7-6. Now they lead at 8-7. And here is the 11th different pitcher and the 30th different player to appear in the ball game today. It's the right-hander Jake Barrett on to face Javier Baez. Baez tripled and scored in the 5th, singled, stole a base, and scored in the 7th. He's 2 for 3. Jason Hayward, the tying run at first with 1 out. This game was scheduled to begin just over 5 hours ago. A 90-minute delay to start, a 36-minute delay in the 2nd inning. And now we're flirting with a 3rd delay here in the 8th. On his 5th different relief pitcher in less than 2 innings here. 2-0 on Baez. Zobrist on deck. had 9 straight scoreless appearances over 9 2/3 innings. Behind on Baez, 3 balls and no strikes. Fastballs in there. It's 3-1.
Is especially dangerous when you're behind in the count. When you jump ahead in the count, you can lead him out of the strike zone with breaking pitches or fastballs up above the top of the zone. But when the count's in his favor, he's geared for fastball.
He takes one there. Baez wasn't sure. Pat Hobart said ball 4. The tying and go-ahead runs are aboard. Zobrist is the hitter. Zobrist struck out against David Hernandez in the 7th. Stayed in the game and took over at second base. Long, slow walk to the mound by Mike Butcher, who's on the clock here. Hustling out there, all the infield in as well. The rain, as you can see by this shot, has let up. Dark clouds, heavy rain blew in here for about a half inning or so, but it seems to have stopped now. And the skies look like, you see right there, for most of the day, although it was sunny for about half the game once we got going. The lights have been on all day. It's almost 7 o'clock local time here.
Good day to bring a trash bag to the ballpark.
39,525 on hand. The rubber game of the 3-game set. Diamondbacks will fly to San Francisco when this one finally ends. 3 against the Giants starts tomorrow night. Big pressure spot here for Jake Barrett. A 1-run lead in the 8th inning. Hayward is the tying run at second. Baez the go-ahead run at first. 1 out for Zobrist.
Zobrist bounced into 9 double plays this year. Jake Barrett hopefully gets something down there around the bottom of the kneecaps, get that ground ball he's looking for.
The feel and the conviction with that split finger pitch tends to come and go with Jake. A good slider there to get ahead 0-1. Center field, A.J. Pollock. It drops over Rosales. Everybody had to hold up and the bases are loaded. Pollock was sprinting in. Rosales drifting out. It dropped in between them, but Hayward had to be sure. And it's bases full with 1 out.
Just got enough of that ball to get it over the head of Adam Rosales out there at shortstop. A little floater, nobody else in the vicinity. Fortunately, as you said, Hayward had to hold up and make sure the ball got down, but bases loaded, 1 out.
John Jay is the hitter. He has doubled and walked today. Hayward is at third. He's the tying run. Baez go-ahead run at second, and Zobrist is aboard at first. Archie Bradley found himself in this situation 1 inning ago. Wilson Contreras delivered a 2-run single to center. And now it's Jay up there. Bases full, 1 down, 1-0. Rosales at shortstop smothers it. They get 1, and they can't turn 2 as Hayward scores to tie the game. That was a tricky one for Rosales, pretty deep in the hole. Had to make sure it didn't get by him. And they couldn't quite turn the double play against Jay, who runs pretty well.
slicing ground ball that time. Rosales gets to it in good shape and then loses his foot and kind of threw off the rhythm of the play right there. Jay just quick enough to beat the relay.
So we're tied at 8, and Chris Bryant is up. Go-ahead run at third. 2 outs. A wild one here at Wrigley. Singled and scored in the 6th inning today, 1 for 4. 2 hits in the series. That's driven to center. Pollock runs it down in the gap. Cubs get the equalizer. We head to the 9th inning. It's 8 runs apiece. Berthune, Bob Brentley, and Jody Jackson along the way. Tie game at home. Here's the closer, Wade Davis for the Cubs. 22 saves and 22 chances, an ERA of 2 this year. He'll face A.J. Pollock, Paul Goldschmidt, and J.D. Martinez. 3, 4, and 5 in the Diamondback 9th. Back and forth we go, BB. Back and forth we go, and now it's pouring rain again.
Stay tuned. The sun will be shining here in a minute.
Counting on it. It is really coming down. This just started right as soon as we came back from commercial. And we play on, McDuff. Pollock singled and scored in the 5th, 1 for 4. It is really pouring, and that's it. Here they come. It might stop by the time they get that thing on the field. And I think it just did stop.
I mean, once again, I got the radar pulled up, and I don't know anything about meteorology, but it's just little dots of green here and there. No red, no orange.
It's not raining nearly as hard as it was just a moment ago. We've been playing in harder rain than this, but they're going to put the tarp on the field. This will be our 3rd rain delay today. A 90-minute delay to start the game, which was supposed to get underway a little over 5 hours ago. And then a 36-minute rain delay in the 2nd inning, and the tarp is on the field for the 3rd time. So we'll go to tape programming. Don't go anywhere. This could be a very brief delay. Diamondbacks and Cubs all tied here at Wrigley. Santana, Goldie a 3-run homer, Drury a solo shot, then Goldie again in the 5th. His second of the ball game and 24th of the year. He's knocked in 5 today. The Diamondbacks had a 6-1 lead. They led 6-2 after 5. Wilson Contreras hit 2 home runs for the Cubs, both off Zach Greinke. Contreras has knocked in a career-high 6. The Diamondbacks let a 6-2 lead get away. They trailed at 7-6 after Contreras knocked in 2 in the 7th here off Archie Bradley with a 2-out, 2-run single to make it 7-6 Cubs. Diamondbacks answer though. Back and forth we go. 8th inning, Jake Lamb off the lefty Justin Wilson, a 2-run single. Goldie scores. J.D. Martinez right behind him. Just sneaks in there by the tag of Contreras. And the Diamondbacks had an 8-7 lead, but the Cubs answer bottom 8. Adam Rosales tackles that one. They couldn't turn 2. A run scored, and here we are again now as A.J. Pollock leads off the 9th against Wade Davis in an 8-8 ball game. That was a 30-minute rain delay. Our 3rd rain delay today. A 90-minute delay to start. We had a 36-minute delay in the 2nd inning. And now a 30-minute delay to start the 9th. 0-2 on A.J. He singled and scored in the 5th inning. Came in on Goldie's 2nd home run. This game was supposed to start at 1:20 local time. It's now 7:29 local time. 2 hours and 35 minutes worth of delays. We've been going for 6 hours and 7 minutes, BB, and you look fresh as a daisy.
I feel fresh as a daisy.
2 on AJ. A flight to San Francisco as soon as this one ends. AJ popped it up. Zobrist at second, 1 down in the 9th. 3-game series with the Giants starts tomorrow night. As we wrap up this long road trip, here's Goldie, who's had a big day. 2 homers, he's walked and scored a run. He's knocked in 5.
Wade Davis, a guy with a couple different fastballs, a 4-seamer and a cutter, also throws a curveball.
It's been a game full of dramatic moments, and somebody's going to have one more here. The rubber game of this 3-game series. It was all Cubs Tuesday night. They won 16-4. Diamondbacks 3-0 winners last night, as the Cubs managed only 3 hits, all singles, and a wild one here today. That's in there for a strike. It's 2-1. Goldie taking all the way on 2-0 there. Three balls and a strike. J.D. Martinez on deck. Couple of National League All-Stars going head-to-head right here. They count 3-2. Not a save opportunity for Davis, but he's converted his first 22 this year. That's a single-season Cubs record. Goldie drives one deep left center field, and that ball is gone! His 3rd home run today, Paul Goldschmidt, and the Diamondbacks take a 9-8 lead.
Have a day, Goldie. Wow.
Off the Cubs all-star closer Wade Davis. That one really was Goldie gone. He played 17 games in his career at Wrigley Field and hit only 1 home run. He's hit 3 here today. J.D. Martinez. Here's another look. First career 3 home run game for Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah, it looked like Davis tried to cut that ball out on the outer part of the plate, and it just stayed right on the inside corner for Goldie. Went down and got it. Man, is he hot.
One more look.
You can see Wade Davis on the mound just throw his head up in the air. He knew where that one was headed.
2-0 on J.D.
Don't stop now.
No lead has been big enough for either team today.
And the wind continues to blow straight out after the 30-minute rain delay. Actually rained for a minute of it.
Martinez belts one deep left field. It's in the basket. Diamondbacks go back-to-back. J.D. Martinez, that's his 22nd. J.D. Martinez, his first 12 games with the Diamondbacks. 6 home runs and 14 runs batted in.
Wade Davis had given up 1 home run in 36 innings. Coming into play today, he's given up 2 in back-to-back hitters. I'll tell you, J.D. didn't even get all that ball. He hit it out near the end of the bat, but just enough to tuck it into the basket in left field.
Brandon Drury homered in the first. Hit one over 440 feet off the scoreboard in left field. The 22nd of the year for J.D. Martinez and his 6th as a Diamondback.
And Goldie's total distance today now up to 1,251 feet worth of homers.
The 10th 3-homer game in Diamondbacks history. That's foul right in front of Tony Perez-Chica at third. The last 3-homer game for the Diamondbacks was Jason Kubel back in 2012.
All 3 of Goldie's home runs today came on a 2-strike count.
3-2 in the first, 2 strikes in the 5th, 3-2 in the 9th. 1-2 on Drury. Well, the Cubs in the home half of the 9th inning will have Rizzo, Contreras, who's homered twice, and the pitcher spot due up 3, 4, and 5. Contreras has knocked in a career-high 6 runs today. Big hit from Jake Lamb, a 2-run single in the 8th inning. That at the time made it 8-7 Diamondbacks after Goldie and Martinez had walked to lead off the game. Jake's 2-run single coming off the left-hander Justin Wilson. And had an RBI double against Wilson last night. Down 0-2 against Wade Davis. Base hit for Jake Lamb. He shoots one the other way. Boy, the Diamondbacks are all over Wade Davis here in the 9th.
Boy, you really love the approach from Jake Lamb recently, willing to go to the opposite field, taking pitches from the middle of the plate away, and doesn't try to pull them, just slap them to the opposite field, take your base hits.
Well, here's a chance for Jeff Mathis to take his hitting streak to 10 games. He's 0 for 4 so far. Lamb at first and 2 outs. Jeff has hit safely in 15 of his last 17. And over that span, he's batting .345. Wind is really blowing out now, straight out to center. It's been swirling all day, off and on. Oh, and 2. Fernando Rodney warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. There he is. Rodney worked a 1-2-3 ninth inning last night for his 23rd save. 3 outs on 9 pitches, including 2 strikeouts. 0-2 to Mathis. Jeff Mathis, base hit up the middle. Lamb stops at second, making a 10-game hitting streak for Jeff Mathis. Fourth D-backs hit in the inning against Wade Davis.
You know, this is pretty much standard operating procedure for managers at the major league level. You bring your closer in to try to save the tie. The philosophy being you're going to get the last 3 outs of the ball game offensively, so just keep it at a tie. But once you lose the lead or lose the tie, a lot of times you pull that closer right out of the game so he's available again the next day. But Joe Maddon sticking with Wade Davis right here.
Davis is the 5th relief pitcher that Joe Maddon has used today. Diamondbacks have run through 5 as well. They're about to use their 6th with Rodney, who will come on and try and close this out.
25 pitches already in this inning for Wade Davis.
19 for strikes. Descalso is the hitter. 0 for 7 in the series. Batting in the pitcher spot. Boy, this is one we're going to remember for a while. 3 rain delays, 1 for each Goldie home run. 1 and 2 on Descalso. And Holberg didn't flinch. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Seventh man to bat in the Diamondback 9th. Now 3 and 2.
I hit one in the gap. Score them both.
He'll take them the way this game's been going. No lead is safe. 2 outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. Runners on the move. Descalso gets it in the air, left center. Ian Happ is over there with John Jay, and it's Jay from left field. Goldie and Martinez go back to back. Paul Goldschmidt's 3rd home run today at Wrigley Field. And J.D. Martinez, he goes deep, his 6th as a Diamondback. Bottom 9 on the way, it's 10-8 D-backs. holding a 10-8 lead. Rodney made short work of the Cubs last night. A 1-2-3 ninth. He got 3 outs on 9 pitches, including a couple of strikeouts. It's the Ashline call to the bullpen. Rodney looking for his 24th save, and the Diamondbacks looking for a series win here against the defending World Series champs. It's been a wild one. Diamondbacks with 2 home runs in the first had a 4-0 lead. We had a 90-minute rain delay to start and another 36-minute rain delay in the second inning. Zach Greinke had a 6-1 lead as we went to the home half of the 5th inning. The Cubs answered with 6 unanswered. They led it 7-6. Diamondbacks 2 in the top of the 8th to retake the lead. Cubs got 1 in the home half of the 8th to tie the game. Then we had another rain delay, our 3rd of the ball game. That one 30 minutes. And then the Diamondbacks against Wade Davis got back-to-back home runs in the 9th once we resumed. Goldie and Martinez go back-to-back. Goldie's 3rd home run of the ball game. His first career 3-homer game. Anthony Rizzo, who struck out against Rodney in the 9th inning last night, leads off the 9th today. Rizzo has singled twice, walked, scored a run. 2 for 3. Diamondbacks have the shift on against the left-hand batter. 1-1. Gonzalez, the shortstop, right in front of second base umpire Jerry Davis. You'll see Brandon Drury, the second baseman, on the outfield grass. Fouled off, and it's 1-2. Inside, and it's full on Rizzo, 3-2. Wilson Contreras, who has homered twice and knocked in 6 of Chicago's 8 runs, is on deck. Pat Holberg didn't like it. Rizzo aboard for the 4th time today, a leadoff walk. That's a pretty good pitch. The dangerous Wilson Contreras, who's had a career day. A homer in the 2nd, a homer in the 6th, a 2-run single in the 7th that gave the Cubs the lead. He's knocked in 6. It was a strike. Guy's got 6 RBIs and he squares to bunt.
He's hit 2 home runs on the first pitch and takes one right down the middle, faking a bunt.
Trying to outsmart him. Tries to bunt again and he's down 0-2.
Kidding me.
This is insane.
Wow.
He's up there thinking, this is so crazy, it just might work. Alex Avila on deck, he would hit for the pitcher.
Joe Maddon's probably thinking something else.
I bet you're right. Swings away and fouls it off. It stays 0-2. Guy's got a career-high 6 runs batted in. He's the tying run at the plate with no outs in the 9th, and he bunts in the first 2 pitches.
With the wind blowing out.
Holberg says no. Rodney's already thrown more pitches. And he threw last night. He strikes out Contreras, who gave away 2 strikes in the at-bat. 1 down in the 9th.
Don't think, son. You're killing the team. Good change up there. Gets Contreras way out front. He had his pitches to hit earlier in the bat and wasted them.
Sure did. Alex Avila will hit for the pitcher Davis. Made his Cub debut behind the plate in last night's ball game, acquired at the deadline from the Tigers. 0 for 2 last night, 271, 11 homers with Detroit. Strike 1. The Cubs just a few minutes ago on their Twitter account tweeted this: "We promise not to pitch to Paul Goldschmidt tomorrow." That's from the official Cubs Twitter. Probably a good call.
Yeah.
Of course, he'll be in San Francisco, but
He might still hit a homer against the Cubs.
the way he's going tonight.
Wow. Rain delay to start the game, Goldie homer. A rain delay in the 2nd inning, Goldie homer. A rain delay in the 9th inning, and Goldie homer.
What are you saying?
He's a mutter.
Mutter was a mutter. 1 and 2. He had hit 1 home run in his career at Wrigley Field in 17 games here. He's hit 3 today.
Well, you get the feeling that Paul didn't even realize that. Somebody told him, hey, you've only hit 1 homer here? Well, I'll fix that.
You know, he's funny. You'll ask him about stuff like that, and he'll just go, you know, I don't really pay attention to ballparks. It just literally doesn't register with Paul. Two and 2 on Alex Avila. It's full. Rodney went full on the leadoff man Rizzo and walked him. Now he's running 3-2 on Avila with Ian Happ, the switch hitting rookie, on deck. The 3-2 from Rodney. Ball 4. Tying runs are aboard. Ian Happ is the hitter. He's had a bad day at the plate. Rookie switch hitter. He struck out 3 times and hit into a double play, 0 for 4. But he is the winning run at the plate with 1 out. Right side of the plate Tuesday, just his 3rd home run this season, batting right-handed. Most of his power comes as a left-hand batter. I think he was looking fastball there.
I think you're right. Trying to ambush Fernando Rodney. He's way too crafty for that. First pitch change up. Got the kid way out front.
Fastball that time, it missed, and it's 0-2. Ian Happ, a first-round pick by the Cubs just 2 years ago out of the University of Cincinnati. 14 home runs on the year. Got his fastball that time again. hung in. It was a 1:20 local scheduled start. It's almost 8 o'clock at night here. You didn't have dinner plans in San Francisco, did you?
No.
Okay, good thing.
I know.
You may want to call ahead. 0-2 to Ian Happ. Called strike 3. Ring him up and sit him down. Happ strikes out for the 4th time today. 2 down in the 9th.
Fans here thought that ball was up. We'll get a look here. Might have brushed the top of the strike zone at 96.
You know, Rodney didn't get that close call down and in on Rizzo. He got that one up and away on Happ. 2 on, 2 out. The hitter is Jason Hayward. Hayward walked and scored his last time up. He's 0 for 3. Strike 1.
Hayward 1 for 4 lifetime against Fernando Rodney with a couple base on balls.
Hayward just 4 for his last 32 at the plate as he steps in here. Challenge fastball, and it's 0-2. Diamondbacks live post-game show follows our ball game. Jody Jackson will have a lot to cover. Diamondbacks trying to get out of here with a series win against the defending world champs and a wild one at Wrigley Field. Two outs. 0-2 to Jason Hayward. Here's the 1-2. And the Diamondbacks win it. There goes the arrow into Lake Michigan. Fernando Rodney saves back-to-back games at Wrigley Field. Paul Goldschmidt, his first ever 3-homer game. And in one of the wildest games we've seen in a long time, the Diamondbacks take 2 out of 3. They win the finale 10-8.
What a series. I mean, the Diamondbacks came in here game 1 and just absolutely got shellacked by this Cubs team, but bounced back last night in a really good ball game, and once again today, showing they can play with the big boys.
Diamondbacks at one point led 4-0 and 6-1. They trailed at 7-6. They had an 8-7 lead. We were tied at 8. And they win it 10-8 as Paul Goldschmidt hits 3 home runs and knocks in 6. And we were supposed to start, I should say, at 1:20 local time. We finish up at 7:55 at night. 3 rain delays, 1 for each Goldie homer. Drury homered, Martinez homered. What a game. D-backs win it 10-8. You're going to want to stick around for this. It's D-backs Live, presented by CenturyLink. It's off to San Francisco with a series win here over the Cubs. Much more from Wrigley Field coming up next on Fox Sports Arizona.